Ugh. Okay. We are live. Live. The live stream is live. Live. Oh my god, I'm tired. I've never been more tired in my entire life. Well, that's not true, I have been. But I'm pretty tired today. Is there a law against driving a bus when you're tired? Isn't there like a thing that's like, oh, if you're driving while you're tired, that's like as bad as being intoxicated, you know? I'm still waiting for the bot to... Oh, there it is. There it is. It takes like 51, yeah, it takes like 10 minutes for the Discord bot to actually put out the link to say that the stream is live. Ugh. Hello, Tom Bricks Gamer. It's early stream today. Very early. Like the stream was gonna be an hour early, and like we're starting like 5 to 10 minutes earlier than even that. It's like very early morning. For most of my viewers are American, and like on the East Coast right now it's like 6 a.m. or whatever. So unless there are some really early morning birds on the East Coast right now. My take on Cuba, you can read like everything I've tweeted in the past week. You can find out my takes on Cuba. Today is bus driver. Today I'm the bus driver. Hey Grom.
Beep beep. Hello.
Oh, let me raise your volume a little bit.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, can you say something?
Hello, it is I.
Wait, one more time.
Hello, it is I. Grom.
Okay, now you might be a little bit loud.
Okay.
Okay. That's good.
Perfect.
Yeah, no, if you want to know my thoughts on Cuba, there's like a 2-hour video on Ben's channel where basically I just rant for 2 hours. Grom is there too. Grom is in that video. In part of it.
I am?
Yeah, in the clip on Ben's channel.
Oh, okay.
The one where we talk about Cuba.
Yeah, but not for long, I think.
I don't know. I mean, you're in there for like an hour at least, I think.
Oh.
I don't know.
Yeah. You could be right. You could be right.
Random. Yeah, let's do random. Random weather and daytime. Oh wait, I should check the specific requirements. Plan a route. Oakville, Siegfelden, spokes of business. Oakville, Siegfelden. And then drive it in round trip mode. Okay. Round trip mode. On.
It still kind of bothers me that like they've put in a system where you get employees, but they don't do anything.
Okay, well, I kind of figured out what that was.
Mm.
So in order for your employees to start driving, you have to drive the route that you've planned for them at least once yourself, and then they'll drive it. So
okay.
This one, because as you can see, there's a best result. and then expected revenue. So this one, there's currently a driver that's who's doing it, and then these two I created yesterday, and I haven't driven them yet, so they're not going yet. But as soon as I've driven them, they're gonna work.
Do you think like the drivers just basically exactly copy how you drove it?
Maybe? No, they don't. No, because I've seen one of my drivers, and he's much better than I am. But it's based on like how good you did. So if you did badly during the route, then they're gonna do badly as well.
Mm.
They learn from you. They learn from watching you, Dad. Guitar, okay. I need to differentiate my buses because two of them are named the same thing. Guitar, okay, Mercedes. Can I rename it? Customize. I have no idea if I can rename it or not. If I can, I don't know how. Does the game feature unexpected diversions? Yeah, it's got stuff like that. You can, some of it you can change as well, I think. Yeah, here. Like car blocking the bus bay, passenger forgetting a valuable, passenger drops garbage, and you can adjust how often you want that to happen. In case you want people to drop more garbage in your bus for some reason.
Give me all the garbage.
Yeah. Either this one or this one. I think it's this one. Okay. Advanced settings. Oh yeah, you got stuff like this as well. But whatever. Oh, hello, Mr. Tree. Star Trip. How are you today, Grom?
Tired. I just woke up.
Oh, wow. I woke up at 4 a.m. this morning and I couldn't go back to sleep.
That's around the time I went to sleep.
Fucking our minds were linked, I guess.
Yeah.
I blame you. Speed limiter. Passenger lights. Yeah. Windshield wipers.
Is Space Jam 2 even out yet?
I've no idea. Wait, did I open the... Yeah. You know, I will say my favorite part of this game is the buttons. Is that you can play with the buttons. I do like that. I'm a very simple person to please. But... And also, you can do shit like this. Which is like... I don't know why I would do this. But I can. If I want to.
Just completely cover.
Yeah. And if you open the window you have the audio at like a higher setting. Which is pretty... It's quite quiet right now, but... If you have the sound on... Then when you open the window you can... Hang on, I'm gonna pause the fucking dubstep music I have on in the background. Mod tools. Settings, audio. Yeah, if you open the window, you can actually hear the engine more. And if you open the window just a little bit, then you can hear like a little bit more. Open the window a lot, then it's very loud. And if you close it, then you don't hear it. It's like, I don't know why I would want to be able to hear like the noise of the engine more, but I can if I want to.
It's immersion.
Exactly. I feel very immersed.
Oh. Isn't there like a newer bus game simulator than this one?
No, there are tons of them. Yeah. The same people who made this one are gonna make Bus Simulator 2021, but it's coming out in September.
I thought there was one that came out recently. That's like a multiplayer one.
There's one that's in early access that's just called The Bus. I don't know if that's the one you're thinking of, but that one's pretty popular right now. But I tend not to want to buy games that are in early access. Just because I want to, like, especially if I don't know the company, I just want to wait and see like what kind of company they are. Especially with simulator games, what you'll get a lot is what you'll get a lot is just they'll like release the game in a state where it's like unfinished, and then instead of ever fixing the game, they just make like 15,000 DLCs, and then like if you look at like on the Steam page, like, oh, buy this game and all the DLCs, and then the accumulated price is like 6,000 euros or something. It's like,
yeah,
they've got like a fuck ton of DLCs, and each DLC is like, oh, you get a paint color, you get to paint your car the color red. It's only $2. It's like, wow, okay, I'm not gonna buy this video game then.
Yeah, train simulators like that, they have like thousands of euros of DLCs just to have like a new train.
Exactly. Where? Okay, we're going... I don't know why we started over there. But, okay, whatever. But yeah, Bus Simulator doesn't have any DLC yet, but it's still in early access. I just want to wait and see what happens with it, you know? I don't want to buy the game and then be stuck with like the vanilla version, which is going to be like completely neglected because they're only going to focus on DLCs, you know?
Yeah. I'm a big fan of farming simulator games.
I never played them, but my cousin is like really into them.
They're good. I like them. They're kind of samey, like,
yeah.
It's mostly like a graphics update, and the way their like economy works makes it kind of boring in the end, because like certain things, like there's only like certain things that's even worth farming, right? So the more interesting things is not worth farming. Like for example, they have like cotton in the new one, but it's like such an expensive thing to undertake because you need special machinery for it, and the cotton isn't really worth much.
Yeah, and I mean, you just need so many slaves, and like, where do you even get those?
Oh my god.
Well, like, generally, the cotton industry even today is like known for its like extremely terrible labor practices.
Oh yeah, and cotton is also one of the worst things to grow, right? It requires like
they need like tons of water. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They're like almonds. Almonds are like that too. You need so much water to...
Yeah.
That was a pothole. And like they grow almonds in like California, which is like, you know, regularly they are affected by droughts, and like almonds just need like so much water to produce like barely any nutrition. I mean, like, almonds can be nutritious, but you have to eat a lot of them, you know, and like per water.
Yeah, well, it's also almond milk, right? That it's used for. Yeah, it's kind of, that's a huge problem, right? Like the agricultural industry growing things where they shouldn't be grown, right? Like in drought areas, they're growing things that require immense amounts of water and stuff like that. It's
and like North American evergreens in Madagascar.
It's true.
That's just become a fact now, even though it was literally just something I made up. Do you know the game Foxhole? I've never heard of the game Foxhole.
Foxhole is a good game. I have that one.
What is it?
It's like it's an ongoing war, like on a huge map, right? And there's no like, you know, you join a game and it's like, oh, like 30 minutes. It's like ongoing 24/7 on this huge field, and it's like a top-down shooter, right? So you see your little soldier top down and you shoot. It's kind of like it's like diesel punk, I think, right? And you not only fight, but you have to like some people are just solely doing like the supply line in getting like ammunitions, stuff to the front line, and there is like this persistent front line that just moves throughout like the month or whatever the war is going on.
I see.
And it's actually a really cool game. Like the combat is quite difficult, I find, because it is top down.
Yeah.
But yeah, like the doing like logistics, for example, like just solely, you could just be driving a truck back and forth from like your supply where you create all the materials to the front line, and then occasionally you have people that have like gone behind your lines to disrupt your supply lines, and that can really mess with like your front line and stuff like that. It's a really cool game.
Oh, can people hear Grom all right, by the way? Like volume and also like, I hope he's not like clipping or anything. Where's the... Yeah, can you turn on the music, my dude? Sounds good. Okay, good. My man was listening to like Beethoven or some classical opera or something, like super high volume.
He was bobbing his head too.
Yeah. $5 get hijacked DLC.
It'll be like, yeah, or like $5 get like the speed DLC. If you go below a certain speed, it's like that movie. With Sandra Bullock and Keanu Reeves.
I don't know what movie that is.
You never seen Speed? It's like a bus that someone has like put a bomb in it, and if they fall below like 50 miles an hour, it'll blow up.
I have heard of that, actually. Yeah. I have heard of that. Yeah. Hello, R.I.P. Seth.
Did you catch the concert last night at the old...
Man, everyone's talking about the old sawmill. No, I don't know. Apparently that's where shit goes down. Both for young people and like random old ladies who say that they were there partying all night. Like, it's kind of funny, like there are a set number of voice lines, but they got every voice actor to say it. So like, the old ladies will also say stuff like, you know, they were out partying all night and stuff. Which is, you know, it's nice that, you know, not discriminatory, you know, it's not saying that, oh, old ladies, they don't know how to party. You know, they can party if they want to.
Well, I think it is a German game, and I'm led to believe that everybody in Berlin goes to like techno clubs and stuff like that. I
can believe that. $3 to actually have passengers DLC. There was a fucking news story about Tesla introducing a DLC for their cars that lets you have a good driving AI. Oh shit, I hit a puddle. And people were joking about it, like, oh, buy this DLC so that you don't drive into a ditch. Buy this DLC so you don't hit like people on the side of the road with your car.
Yeah, but that was literally what? Because there was one Tesla car that literally drove into a tree and set on fire, and Elon's response was, "Oh, they probably didn't have the good self-driving AI
Yeah, they didn't
installed."
have the DLC. It's their own fault.
Exactly.
Yeah, seatbelt DLC, exactly. If you want the seatbelt, you gotta pay for the DLC. If you don't have the money for that, then, you know, fuck you.
I mean, it's like we're memeing about it, but it's actually like a real thing. Like, I know Mercedes had a thing where you had to pay a subscription to have like seat warmers and stuff like that. And it's like,
Yeah.
it all turns into this big thing where you don't actually own your car, right? Like the technology. I mean, that's kind of how it is now with like rights to repair and stuff like that. You don't actually own your phone.
Yeah.
Because they own the technology within it, and it becomes this ridiculous thing where like Mercedes tried to charge you for things like seat warmers.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's like all the technology, like all the components, like this is like the seat warmers are in the car, right? It's not like you pay the money and they install the seat warmer. No. The seat warmers are in the car.
Yeah.
Theoretically, you could turn them on, like, but you are paying for like the intellectual property rights to like the software that turns on the seat warmers, right?
Yeah.
But like, you know, you're not like the energy, like the battery isn't being drained from like, you know, the car company. Like, they're not paying for the electricity. They're not, you know, like the material cost to the car company is nothing. You're not paying for the material cost. You're paying for the electricity, you know, yourself, right? Because it's your car. But it's not your car. It's the company's car, and you have to pay for the privilege to continue using it, but at no benefit to yourself.
Yeah. Oh, you have to pay for the rear view camera too. Yeah.
It's like, don't you need that to be able to drive? Like, I guess you have like I hope you have like a rear view mirror at least, like a normal analog mirror. Otherwise, that's like that has to be illegal if there's no mirror. You can't sell a car that doesn't have a rear view mirror.
No, I think there are some cars that literally do not have a literal rear view mirror, or rely completely on a camera.
Yeah. How hard would it be to create an open source OS for a Tesla car? Not difficult, but
you get sued into the ground.
You would probably you would probably get sued, and also like something like an operating system for a car, especially with like a self-driving AI system. Like, you just need so many eyes on something like that, you know. And like, it's, I don't know, it just feels like self-driving AIs and stuff, which is not regulated to the point where I would feel comfortable with it, you know. Like, it feels like I would not trust, like, sorry to like the open source crowd, but I would not trust like an open source like hobby self-driving AI project made by like some people in like their spare time, you know. Like, I'm not saying that like all the private companies are more efficient or whatever, but I would trust people who made it their full-time job to make the AI, you know. Maybe
I wouldn't even trust
more.
them. Like,
no,
I
wouldn't trust them either.
If I was in a Tesla and someone was like, "Oh, let's put on the self-driving," it's like, no, now I'm in the car. It's like, don't.
I mean, like, statistically, you'd probably be fine, but
except for the times it hasn't been fine and someone's ended up in a tree.
Well, yeah, but you know, human drivers are not perfect either, so don't be so discriminatory. Really feels like you're prejudiced against artificial intelligence more than anything. Like, oh, when a human crashes into a tree, that's fine. When an AI does it, that's, you know, that's a problem with all AI, you know, the entire ethnicity.
Yeah.
Pretty racist.
Bigoted against AI.
Yeah, that's gonna be Elon Musk's next fucking tweet. like, oh, all these people complaining about self-driving cars, they don't even know that, you know, statistically AI are much safer drivers. It's all just stereotypes and bigotry.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know if they're safer drivers because, like, the AI isn't supposed to do a lot of, like a lot of people use it for way more than it's supposed to be used at this current state, right? Like, there's like the video of like a guy actually like sleeping on the highway, with his AI on, and that's like you're supposed to be like supervising the AI the whole time.
Yeah. I have too many buses in this specific part of the city. So, like, there are 3 buses going to the same, these 2 stops specifically, there are 3 buses for them. But yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever.
They're leeching all your passengers.
I don't feel like working today.
Oh yeah, I forgot we were gonna do the reverse thing. Out of the way, I'm a bus.
Hey, long time no see. How was your
Beep, beep,
vacation
I'm a
in Sunny
bus.
Springs?
Oh, it was awesome.
Must be big bus
Sightseeing and
breaking in the
shopping
cash.
all day
Yeah.
long.
Sounds lovely. I think I'll book a vacation
If
there
only.
for next year.
If only there was a public transport lobby. An international secret cabal of public transport companies.
Yeah.
Man, why can't corruption ever be on the side of the little people?
A bus street race DLC.
Wide turn. See, that was a good turn, I think.
Yeah, it's decent.
Thank you.
Do you have any of those around where you are, the accordion buses? I haven't seen any of those in a while.
Next stop, West Spoke.
Yes, but not many of them. And I think they're being phased out because they're all diesel buses. And Gothenburg is doing like an electric bus thing, where they want to try to make all their buses electric.
Yeah, we had biogas buses
Sorry, would you open the door
for
again?
quite a while, and now they're switching to electric buses, which is
Do I have a valid ticket?
why is that person getting off?
I don't know, she just said she needed to get off the bus. I don't know. Medical emergency or something, I guess.
Oh, yeah, no, like there's a spot where if I walking into like the center of town, there's like one small road that is like exclusively for buses, but it has like bad visibility.
Yeah.
And it didn't used to be a problem because the buses were so loud, but now when they're electric, it just sneaks up on you.
Yeah,
So
I've heard that.
it's like it's terrifying because they're like
Yeah.
ninja buses.
Mouse steering. Full mouse steering will deactivate the automatic gear shift in the simplified drive mode. You'll need to manually shift gears as long as the full mouse steering is on. Yeah, that's fine. Force feedback. Whoa. Alright, yeah, that's good. It's maybe a little bit sensitive. Where is the button? Where is it? Oh, force. Fine-tune the intensity of force feedback effects for game pads and steering wheels. No, that's not what I want. Okay, well, whatever.
But
Actually, you
Kronos,
know what? This is terrible. I can't.
Kronos,
I use the mouse too much for other
is
shit.
that a case of like the airbags like existing in the car and you just electronically turn them on, or like you when you buy it you choose of like, oh, I want side airbags, and they put it in.
Side airbags for the rear seats. I wonder if that's because the front airbag frequently kill small children. Bags aren't installed if the children are frequently in the car.
But cars, but airbags in cars can also in newer cars, like they can be shut off. Like if you have a car seat in the front seat, you're not supposed to have the airbag, of course, but there is in newer cars where you can shut it off specifically because you have a child in the front seat.
Yeah. That makes sense. Welcome to my bus.
See ya.
Goodbye. Please don't stand in the way of people who are getting off the bus.
A ticket, please.
Day ticket, regular one.
Thank you.
One ticket, please. Thanks.
I need a ticket.
Wheels on the bus go round, round, round. Ticket machine goes boom, boom, boom.
Did I turn off the stove?
Whoa! No one saw that. Oh, see, I got bonus points for indicating left when leaving the bus stop. That's nice. That fucking potholes. I'm gonna complain to the municipality that they're not fixing these potholes.
They're not gonna do anything.
Yeah, I know. But I'm still gonna complain. I think that when you hit a pedestrian, it's like an isekai anime. There's like this blinding flash of light, and then they're like transported into a fantasy world.
Why can't people manage their own trash?
Bye.
Bye.
I need to purchase several tickets. Thank you.
One ticket, please.
No. Day ticket. Regular.
Thanks.
Yeah, there are other simulator games. Like there's a game called Tram Sim. There are like 2 different train simulator games, and there's at least one other bus simulator game that I've seen that I'm really curious about, that I wanna get, and I wanna play them on stream. But you know, I just kind of feel like I need more Twitch subscribers and bits. So, you know, to anyone who happens to be watching and maybe their wallet is a bit too heavy for them, you know, there are video games I'd like to buy.
I think that's like a prevalent issue under capitalism, is people's wallets are way too heavy.
Yeah, exactly. People just have so much money and they don't know what to do with it. Well, one thing you can do is you can give me money, and then I can buy the video games I want, and I can justify it as a business expense because I'll play them on stream like once. Like I'll do a one-time stream that's like 1 hour long, and that will justify this $50 purchase.
It's like I don't know if you've seen Gus Johnson on YouTube. he when he bought like a keytar and he made like a song about buying a keytar and not having to pay taxes on it.
Yeah, I've not only have I heard that song, but I've also
Thanks.
I think it was either his girlfriend Sabrina told me, or he said it in a stream or something. But I found out that he actually did. Like write off the purchase of that guitar as a business expense. Like it wasn't just a meme for the song. He actually did it.
Well, yeah, I'm sure.
That's a terrible mistake.
But I mean, like, it feels like that's such like a, you know, naughty thing to do, right? But like that's what businesses do all the time. Like, it just feels wrong because you're like an individual and like you have a YouTube channel and like that doesn't feel like a real job. But like businesses will write off fucking anything. Like literally businesses will just try to write off all of their expenses basically, and only when they like get rejected will they be like, oh okay, we'll not write off that thing, but everything like everything they can get away with they try to write off.
Yeah.
B Chronos, thank you for subscribing. I don't know if the Streamlabs thing came in. Fuck.
Shameless.
I actually really like my subscriber loyalty badges, because it's a goat, like my logo, but then as like the longer you're subscribed, like the cooler the goat gets. Like the goat gets like sunglasses and then like a necklace and then like a leather jacket, and then at like 24 months he gets like a sports car. So just saying, in case anyone, you know, wants a cool loyalty badge, I think they're cool.
Yeah.
I made them myself.
Ben needs to update his. Like I'm always on him about, like, especially now that there's multiple people that has like over a year
The
subscribed,
municipality
and they
just
still
called.
only have up to
They've
6 months.
approved us recommissioning the northern bus stops.
It's a lazy
Great
boy,
work.
that one.
I'd like to
Wait,
introduce you to Peter
I've already
Baumann.
fucking
He's
gone through
expressed
this
the desire to
tutorial.
work with us in the future.
Right.
I've already heard this like 3
I
times.
followed your project closely.
Why does it
so
keep
far.
doing
See, I'm
this?
the
Okay, have a route
spokesperson
with a
for the
maximum
Chamber
of 7
Commerce,
stop, which connects
we'd
Shore
like
Ground,
to improve the mobility
Sigvalden.
network between
Shore
our
Ground, Sigvalden,
town,
that's this one,
surrounding
number
villages,
3. Okay,
leisure
I'll try
areas,
this
and the
one.
business park for a better quality of life and work.
Sitaro,
If
okay,
you could help us with that, we may be able to negotiate with the municipality to...
Okay. Don't need to do round trip. Okay. Start. Don't you get actual lawyers who specialize in writing stuff off as business expensive? I mean, yeah, I mean, if you have, like, most bigger businesses hire like an entire legal department, and one of the things they do is they know like what you can get away with writing off as business expenses and what you can't. That's like a big part of their job. Is just doing that. But yeah, I'm not super good with like tax laws or anything like that. I haven't studied like Swedish laws in university, at least not like as in like a law course. I've only done like the theoretical stuff. So I don't know what the tax laws are like in Sweden, and like if there is such a thing as writing off business expenses. I mean, there probably is, like when you do the declaration and stuff. But I never modify those. I just send in like, yeah, whatever I will assume that whatever the Skatteverket has decided is the correct amount that I'm supposed to pay. Like I never challenge it or whatever it's called. But I imagine the way to do it is like when you're gonna like do the income declaration thing, and they send you the like preliminary tax thing, you just do you modify it, or like you do the challenge thing and then you add expenses, and then you say, I shouldn't be taxed on these, or something.
Yeah. How dare you tax me on these?
How dare you?
The
Oh, you know, I am a
gall.
business. I haven't registered as a business. I don't know if I should, like, at what point you should do that in like your content creator career. I guess when I can like survive off, like when like my main form of income is YouTube and Twitch and stuff, I guess at that point, do I register like a business, like a cell phone, or register as like a self-employed person, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it's mostly like, because isn't there like costs involved? So when the costs justify doing it or something, I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's not like I'm planning on hiring other people, so I don't even know if I need to do it if I'm just gonna stay self-employed.
Yeah.
What you're doing now would qualify for something in the US. Yeah, but the US is pretty different. I think in Sweden, if I were to register as a business now in Sweden, I don't think I would see any benefit from doing it, and I would basically just have to start paying business taxes. Yeah, like I don't really see what I would get from it, and I also don't really see what about me making stupid streams on twitch.tv counts as a business. You know, like I don't really know. I don't know the laws surrounding it. I really feel like, and like other people have said stuff like this, to this effect as well, right? But there should be like a group or something that are like specialized in like content creator laws, and you just go to them and you ask like, hey, what's up with taxes? And they tell you, and they're just like, here's what's up, and then you know.
Yeah.
Can YouTubers' Twitch channels unionize? No, not really.
Well, no, there is actually a YouTube union. The initiative was started by this German guy who makes like slingshots called
Yeah, I
JUL.
heard about it, but like the thing about like unions is they're, you know, the underlying threat of a union is like collective action, right? And something like going on strike. But like YouTube wouldn't give a shit, you know?
Yeah, I know, but they were picked up and represented by one of the bigger unions in Germany.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, like that's nice, but like I don't think YouTube would give a shit even if someone like PewDiePie went on strike. Like I think they would just completely ignore him. Because like they make most of their money just from like content creator farms. Like they make those like automated like child songs, nursery rhyme shit that get like 16 quadrillion views.
Yeah,
from, like babies who just have their parents' tablet and stuff.
I know that's what a lot of the money comes from, right? But that's not all YouTube cares about, right? They care about like people they can show to like investors and like companies to do ads for them and stuff like that. So they want like their golden boy kind of like.
But that's not like, you know, most like those kinds of channel are also not the kinds of channel that would unionize, you know?
No.
Like, I don't know, Troom or whatever the fuck. It's like life hack channels.
Yeah. Makeup channels are pretty big too there.
Yeah. It would be pretty cool to see like radical makeup channels and they're like unionizing and stuff.
Yeah. Exactly. They're like your Antifa makeup.
Yeah.
In
Okay.
last week's episode,
Living
they
wage
finally
inspired
revealed that
makeup
has a
look.
twin
Yeah.
sister, Christina.
Oh, can you read the thing he's got just posted? I don't want to text while driving.
Yeah. So I just Googled Sweden's corporate tax and Sweden's income tax. The corporate tax is much lower than income tax. If you start a business entity, the money you would be kept in a business account and taxed separately from whatever income you get from your day job. This separate account and the money saved on it would be useful in buying new streaming gear, editing software, video games, etc.
Shit, pothole. Whoa. It's lower. Yeah, it's lower than income tax, but I think, I think I've looked into this a little bit before, right? And I think the conclusion I came to was that, like I don't earn enough money, like monthly, to, or I mean even like quarterly, right? To basically pay any income tax. Because there's like a pretty, in my opinion anyway, there's like a pretty big bracket that's just like below, you know, the point where you would pay income tax. Like I just don't earn enough money to pay taxes on it, at least yet. Maybe when I went, maybe maybe that's like an answer to my question. Like at the point where I earn enough from like YouTube and Twitch and stuff to start paying income tax on it, then it would be beneficial to start like to register as self-employed. But yeah, like right now I basically like I don't pay like the national income tax.
Also, Mr. Hansen wanted a ticket for the bus.
Oh, well, you're gonna have to get on at one of the bus stops. So, I'll see if I can come pick you up, but no, I mean, no promises. I'm just driving along my designated route, you know. I'm just a bus driver here. I don't even, I mean, I also run the company and set the routes and stuff, but right now I'm just role-playing as the bus driver, okay? Technically.
There's a ladybug on my knee.
I should give co-brand as a front so they can hide the fact they are secretly a massive organized crime syndicate. What crimes do we commit? What kind of crime syndicate are we?
Driving in potholes.
That's not a crime, that's just inconvenient.
Crime against humanity.
That's true. Oh yeah, I guess we are like a front for the Cuban government.
Yeah.
What if it like 6 months from now I like delete my YouTube channel and like it comes out that I've been like a Cuban agent this whole time and like been on their payroll, they've just like been employing me to make propaganda videos.
I mean, sounds like a sweet gig, to be honest. Yeah, why can't like we start like they talk about like the Russian troll farms and stuff like that. Surely you could get hired or something like that, or like the Chinese one.
Yeah.
One ticket, please.
Hang on. I have to lower the ramp.
Did you catch the
Oh wait, I need the
concert
parking
last night at
brake
the old
gauge.
sawmill? The band seemed to be just sleepwalking their way through it. It was horrible.
Well, watch all the Cuba videos, they're really good and helpful. Yeah, you think that, but actually it's all propaganda.
Thank you.
Every time someone like links that video to someone else on Twitter and stuff, they usually mention me, like they at me. And I also get the the person they're sending the video to, and I see the reply. And I think it was today. Someone replied to it, and they were like an SOS Cuba account. With like 2 followers created on July 16th, you know. But and they were like, "Oh, that video, the source for that video is the Swedish Cuban Association, which is like a Cuban government-backed front syndicate, whatever they said." Which is like, first of all, at least I'm pretty sure I put the sources in the description of that video. I should have, anyway. And the source is not the Swedish Cuban Association. They looked over the script once I'd written it, but I'd never used them as a source. And second of all, they're not associated with the Cuban government, at least as far as I know. My hang on. Parking brake. Lowering the ramp is so inconvenient in this game, like compared to how it works in real life. You know how like the ramps work on like public transport in Sweden, right?
Well, on the buses before these electric ones, the guy literally got out of the bus and pulled it out.
Oh, well, I mean the modern ones. Because there's like on trams and on the trains and on the buses, there's a button both on the outside and on the inside of the bus that just lowers the ramp. But in this game, like the passenger needs to tell the bus driver, like, "Hey, could you please lower the ramp for me? I am disabled. Can you please help me?" It's just so... It feels so weird to me.
Yeah.
And also, it's only people in wheelchairs that are using the ramps, even though in real life, like, people with baby strollers use the ramps.
They know.
Yeah.
Because baby strollers are easier because like if there's like a proper like lip in the road and the bus driver lowers it, it's very easy to lift up one wheel and get it on. Like it's not.
Yeah, I mean, not everyone uses it, but sometimes people use it.
I mean, usually if someone has issues with it, there's like I've helped people, and there's usually someone that helps people get their stuff on and off. Oh, and Thanster is his Gromsterino.
Okay. That should be it. Yeah, I did it. Oh, and we unlocked these boys.
Excellent work.
Thank
I knew
you.
you could pull it off. I'm happy to hand you the keys to the agricultural and industrial areas.
Woo!
Metaphorically speaking, of course. We haven't done real keys in a very long time. No matter.
The Cuba,
We're
like,
really looking forward to
it's
your
kind
plans
of like
to
when
incorporate
you're
these
looking
two
at like Cuban
traffic-dense
democracy
areas into your
or
network.
If we
like the
manage to
kind of
pull
like
this off,
Soviet
the city is willing
based
to
democracy,
reopen up the
right?
southern areas
Looking
and
at it in
Skynet for
terms of
public
like
transport.
parties is
Some friends of mine are
not
planning to marry at
really
the
a
chapel
good
there.
way
Maybe we'll get this up and running in time
to
for
view
the
the
wedding
democracy,
guests to
right?
use
Like,
public
because we
transport.
I don't think
and before
people can hear you
forget,
super good
they
because
also
the
promised
in
a
game
juicy government
they're talking in
subsidy
game
as an incentive.
while you're
Oh,
talking, and you're on the same. You're both desktop audio to me. I don't see a difference between you. I value you the same. For me, Cuba video showed that Cuba pretty much was a true democracy minus the banning of other political parties. That's not true. But is the president of Cuba actually elected? Indirectly, yes, like the prime minister in most European countries. Like, were the candidates ever subject to re-election in either of their terms? Yes, every 4 years. Or what about the new guy in charge? Yes, he was elected too. Was he actually elected? Yes. Did Raul just appoint him? No. They were all elected every 4 years. Fidel Castro was elected every 4 years to each of his positions. Same with Raul Castro, same with Miguel Diaz-Canel. And political parties are not banned in Cuba. They're not banned from running in elections. Well, technically, the Cuban Communist Party is banned from running in elections, and so are other political parties as well, because Cuba follows a non-partisan democracy system, where the political parties don't play an official role in nominating or endorsing candidates or campaigning for candidates. That includes the Communist Party. So you don't have to be a member of the Communist Party to vote or to be elected. You don't have to be a member of any party, and you're also allowed to be a member of non-communist political parties, like the Liberal Party and the Social Democratic Party. There's also like a Catholic conservative party, if I recall correctly. Okay. Plan a route with a maximum of 8 stops that connects agricultural zone, industry zone. 3 stops each. Okay. New route. Or we'll call it the Agri Bus Incorporated. What is it? 2 each?
Why is it called the Agribus?
I don't know. It just fucking wanted to pick something corporate sounding. 3 stops agricultural zones, 3 stops industry zone. Okay. So we can do like 1, 2, 1. What? Oh, 1, 2, 3. And then we come up here and we go 1, 2, 3. Save. And then we drive it.
Beep beep.
Now I think I want to reassign someone actually. Like, yeah, this person. I don't want you there. I want you here. No, he's not fired. I'm reassigning him.
Same thing.
What? No. Not even close to the real thing. The same thing. Well, he gets to drive the long bus, the big boy. Reverse route. Once in the forward direction. Reverse. Oh no, that's not one. Round trip. And that's it. Random. Stato. It's a national holiday today. That's lucky. That's good. We make more money.
I thought actually, and I was like, what?
Is there? No, it's Sunday.
Yeah,
It can't be a holiday on a Sunday. That's like two holidays at once. That's like, you can't do that. That's illegal.
It's not. Well, yeah, that's like the, when like the best day to have like a single day holiday is like Friday or Monday, right? But sometimes they occur like on Saturdays and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Which is
like,
horrendous.
oh wow, thank you for nothing.
Yeah.
I think that's it.
Yeah. When you get a holiday on Sunday, it cancels out and you have to go into work.
Like a Uno
it's
reverse
like
card.
Yeah, exactly. Uno reverse card.
All right, I have to remember that this is the long bus. This is gonna be harder to like do the turns and stuff. I'm gonna be in third person more, I think.
Just opens the window, sends out the drone just to make a turn.
Yeah. Wait, is that not how you drive?
No, it's
Do
not.
you drive?
No, I used to when I lived in America.
Yeah.
I actually really like driving. It's fun.
Yeah, me too. I've never driven once in my life, but I like the bus driving simulator. So I feel like that counts.
Yeah. But in America, it was frightening how easy it is to get a driver's license in America.
Yeah.
I went in first, right, to get like a permit to practice drive. right? Like with someone, and you had to do like the theory test, which was like 30 questions, and you're allowed to have 6 of them wrong. So that already is like way easier than in Sweden.
What if the questions you get wrong are like, are you allowed to drive while intoxicated? Are you allowed to text while driving? Like you get all like the, oh, what does this sign mean? What does this sign mean? But like all the ones that are like, are you allowed to steer, to like be blind, or like to have a, like a, one of the, to cover your eyes and like steer with your feet while driving? And you just like, yes, that is allowed, and that's what I intend to do.
Yeah. No, they all valued the same, right? And the ones I got wrong were like ridiculous math ones. Like I'm not a big drinker, right? Like I don't drink alcohol very often, but like the questions were like,
when you drive.
But when I drive, I drink.
Boy, do I drink when I gotta drive somewhere. Can't stand it otherwise.
Exactly. But the questions were like, oh, if you had a beer at this time, when were you then allowed to be driving and stuff like that? And they were all multiple questions one as well.
Yeah.
Like, of course, America.
Oh, goddamn. Oh, come on. I just graced you. You don't have to fine me for that. Come on. I'm the public transport network. When you fine me, that comes out of your taxes. So it's in your interest to not fine me when I hit your car. Because like you're gonna have to pay that anyway.
Yeah.
Stupid.
But with the theory, it was really easy. Yeah, in Sweden, I think it's like you're not allowed to have very many wrong, right? Like, so a lot of the ones I got wrong were like silly math ones, like, you know, like, oh, you had a beer at this time, when you're then allowed to drink again. I mean, drink again. I mean, drive again. And so on. And then I was like practice driving, which I was just driving. Nobody was with me in the car. I just put myself in a car and just drove, right? And then, you did the driving up test, which was like, I got in the car with a lady, and she was like, okay, take us out of the parking lot. Then, like, it was literally, okay, drive up this road, then take a left. There's a stop sign, take a right. There's a stop sign, take a right again. There's a traffic light, and then go down the same road again into the parking lot. It took 7 minutes, and I was like, okay, here's your driving license.
Nice.
Yeah.
A ticket, please.
Isn't it like, probably like 10 times easier to get a gun, right?
Thanks.
Than that. Do you even need... You need a license? Do you need a license?
No, you don't need a license to have a gun. It depends on the state, but like you do not need, like in some states you need like a background check, right?
Yeah.
But no, you do not need a license.
Oh,
But
the background checks like means testing, like, are you black? Are you poor?
No, well, it's mostly like, oh, have you committed like a felony or whatnot, right? Like,
doesn't it also check like mental illness?
No, it doesn't. But that's what they're pushing for.
Yeah.
They want people, like, they want to be able to like take to like you know, like how there's like a people in. Like people in the person's like surrounding should they want it so that they should be able to do kind of like an alert if they feel like someone is in like gonna hurt themselves or others, and then their gun can be taken away. I think that's what they're pushing for.
Yeah.
Thanks.
But yeah, you don't.
Like, it's really funny when someone is buying a ticket and you have to give them their change. You can't give them too much change, but you get a like an experience penalty for it.
I have a ticket, please?
Which is like, and like the experience, like the XP is basically like how much did people enjoy riding your bus? Like how were people's experiences, right? Which seems to imply that like someone went and like gave the bus company a bad review because they got too much change back. Like the bus driver gave me like €2 extra, and like that feels irresponsible.
Yeah, my wallet was too heavy the whole time I was walking around town.
Yeah. Or it's like they're like, oh hello, they're like fiscally responsible conservatives, and they're like,
Yeah.
this is where my tax money's going, giving people too much change, and also paying for fines when the bus crashes into people.
Yeah, like I guarantee that's happened. Someone's been like outraged.
Yeah.
They're just thinking of all these poor people who don't have a job that potentially once got too much money.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And it just turned them furious.
Like, oh, is this a bus company or a charity?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I mean, if you're giving people money, like, I don't, you know,
Thanks.
not with my tax dollars.
Yeah.
I need a few tickets.
So, do you, if you go to the store and
Yes.
they give you too much change, right? Do you tell them?
I probably wouldn't notice. If I noticed, I would tell them. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, I don't do the math in my head to make sure. Like, I wouldn't notice if they didn't give me enough change. Like, I just I just give them, I just pay, and then I take the change they give me. Like, I don't. It does. It doesn't really occur to me that the change could be wrong. You know.
I need a ticket.
Yeah. I've had situations where they have forgotten to ring something up, right? And it's like, this is only like smaller shops, right? Because like the grocery stores and stuff, like the change in that is always like automatic, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to like worry about it. But like if I go to like the corner shop, right? It's happened like a few times. They've been like,
Yeah.
you know, like forgot to ring something up. Like I'll tell them, like specifically, because I mean, you know, like if it was like ICA, I wouldn't care, right? Like,
No.
but those stores, especially since like there's been a few times where like my card has been declined and they be like, yeah, that's fine, like pay next time. And so
What?
it's the least I can do, right?
Here.
I already showed it.
Hold on.
Sure.
Here.
Here you go. Of course.
Here.
But yeah, it doesn't happen in big stores.
Here.
But if
Here
it
you go.
did,
Here's the ticket.
Where is it?
Where is it?
Here's the
Of course.
everybody's
Oh,
been
no.
so
Here.
good with a ticket.
Here.
Of
So
course.
proud of them.
Of course.
Here you go. What? Oh.
I just wanted to see if I can get someone to pay the fine. I need the money. Everyone is too good. Everyone is a goody two shoes buying their tickets.
Yeah, and do you tell them, Kronos, if they give you too much, or do you run out like a robber?
Going full bus cop. Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm a capitalist, you know. I'm here to exploit the people. I'm not, you know, we're not running a charity. God damn it.
Darn! I
See,
forgot to get something for dinner.
This is why I need to
Well,
like coerce
it is.
people into paying the fine, because I keep fucking up. And I need to pay to repair the bus. Okay, this is fucking.
Oh, okay, Kronos, that's like, if I actually got out the door and realized it like a day later, then it's like, I wouldn't bother with it. It's like, that money's mine now.
It depends on how much money it is. If it's a lot of money,
Well,
then I would tell them.
If it's like, you know, $1 or $2, no, I wouldn't
No,
bother with it.
I would probably just forget.
But you would notice if it's like, oh, for some reason I have $100 more.
Oh, yeah.
It's like,
No, I mean, like, in like a hypothetical scenario where I'm actually paying attention to how much change I'm getting back, if I notice at like a small business and I notice that like, oh, they didn't give me like, oh, like I'm like $1 or $2 short. Like they didn't give me quite enough change, right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't tell them because, like, you know, I don't want to be a dick about it. If I notice that they give me too much, then I will tell them. But if it's like a chain, like Ika or Coop or something, then I don't give a shit.
Even if it's like, if I don't get enough change back, I probably would tell them, but it's mostly because I'm mostly always broke. I didn't actually need the money. But yeah. I mean, not if it's like, oh, you know, 1 krona less, right? But if it's like actually like 20, then yeah, I'd be like, they're just missing 20.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's happened a few times. Okay, I think like the only times that ever really happened to me was I used to live in a different part of Gothenburg, in like a poorer area than I live in now. And there was a pizzeria, it was a pizzeria and also like a corner store, I guess. And it was run by, I mean, it kept changing hands, but the people I knew the best were from Turkey. And this was years ago, so I don't actually remember any of their names, nor am I gonna like dox them, even if I did. But they were like really nice people, and we interacted, you know, basically almost daily, because we would go down there to just like get milk and stuff, because the normal supermarket was pretty far away, and like they like, because we knew each other. Son of a bitch. You know what? I love this bus because it's big, but also I hate it because it's too big. But yeah, because we like interacted so often, I could like, when I was coming home from school, because I was still going to high school at the time, I could just pop in there and like get a pizza or a falafel roll or something, or like a candy bar, and just like tell them, hey, I'll pay for this later, or like I'll pay for this tomorrow, and they were cool with it because they knew me and they knew my mom and dad. And so like, oh shit, this is the wrong way. Fuck. So yeah, like you know, that kind of stuff, like I would definitely like tell them if they didn't give me enough change and stuff, because they were cool people, and they were like really, their business was like really struggling because there weren't enough people using the corner store or anything. Like small businesses in general, like I guess micro businesses or whatever, like really small businesses, you know, like corner stores and stuff. They have a pretty hard time in Sweden in general, I think, but especially in like larger cities.
Winter of Passion was a
Yeah,
place.
I mean, some of them do really good. I mean, the corner shop I have here, they do really well. I mean, I know the owner. He's an Iraqi guy, right?
Yeah.
And he hires, I think he exclusively hires like immigrants as well, right? Because they usually do that. You know, it's like to help out, right? They know it's hard to get jobs, right?
Yeah.
So, and I know he has like 2 corner shops in this small town here, right? But he's been really cool to me, right? Because like he's like fronted me money for like food when I haven't had money and stuff like that. So.
Oh, that's what you.
And yeah, Stealth Intel said, I accidentally left $200 in cash at a hotel from construction work. I did once. I needed the money, but I also knew that trying to get the money back from the hotel cleaners would be heart-wrenching, so I didn't try to get it back.
Thanks. I need a ticket.
See, I fucking gave like 40 cents too much because I wasn't paying attention. Now they're gonna give me a bad review because I gave them too much money.
Yeah, over 40 cents. They're gonna take the time out of their day to go on like Yelp or something over 40 cents.
Yeah. Like this bus company that's financed through public taxes gave me 40 cents more than I asked for. I wonder if I could give someone like only 5-cent coins back as change, or if they would complain about that.
Why? You're not in on any of the fun.
I've never
Says
tried
you're
that.
some random NPC.
But it would be funny if someone, if I'm like, I have to give someone like 20 euros in change, and I give them only 5-cent coins.
Yeah.
I do wonder if that would have like a negative consequence.
I just hear, right, like I've talked to you about this before, sure, like how a lot of the restaurants that open up are kind of the same, because there's like the same pizza place that makes tacos, and like, but it's like it's like they all buy like the half produced stuff that they essentially just heat up from the same grocer, right? So it's like always the same food. And there's this pizza place right across here, right? And it keeps switching hand, but the food never changes because of that same issue, right? So like when the next person buys it, they go out of business in 6 months, and then the next person comes in, makes the exact same food, and then goes out of business. And it's like, that stresses me out, like, a lot. Like, because I'm just thinking about, like, you know, this is not gonna go well for you because it hasn't for like literally the last 4 owners of this restaurant serving the exact same food.
Yeah. Apparently they don't mind if you give them their change in only 5-cent coins. That's good to know. I'm never gonna do that again though, because that took too long. And I'm gonna be late to my next stop just because I did that.
I need several tickets, please.
Week, regular, free.
I need to purchase several tickets.
Yay. No, fuck. Regular, free.
A ticket, please.
Oh god, could you just get on? I'm late. It's free today, okay?
Thanks.
You don't need tickets. It's fine. I'm gonna be 2 minutes late. Ugh.
If there's anything I hate is when my bus is 2 minutes late.
Yeah, I know. Oh no, wait, no, never mind. I'm early. It's fine.
That's even worse.
That's
early
true.
bus is even worse than a late bus.
That's true. You can, in the settings, you can actually turn on that you get penalized if you leave the bus stop too early.
Yeah.
Which maybe I should, I don't know. Maybe not this run, because I've already fucked up so much. Like, I'm gonna get like 2 stars for this one.
You're gonna get fired from your own bus company.
Yeah. I'm gonna fire myself for being so bad.
It's like, I don't deserve this. I don't deserve this company.
What if you refuse to sell them a ticket? You can't. You can't refuse. At least I mean, I've never tried, but I don't think you can. Sometimes my school bus would come early and leave early.
Got a
Yeah.
text. What is Beethoven's favorite fruit? A banana.
School bus people. I'm so jealous. I live too close to the school. Never get to be one of those cool school bus kids.
Yeah, me too. You can give them all their money back. That's true. You can give them too much in change and just give them all their money. But then they give you a bad review because they wanted to pay you money.
Yeah.
Ah, someone forgot something. Wait. Where are they? And how do I know who they are? Where are they?
I don't know.
There.
Just give it to a random person.
Excuse me. You forgot your Parkinson's medication.
Really?
No, I don't know what that was, but he was shaking.
Oh yeah.
Single regular. I love that the way the game thinks that that's how that works. Like, someone leaves a bag on a bus and the bus driver gets out of their seat, grabs it, and then runs after the person at like peak hours, you know? Like while a million people are trying to get on and buy tickets. It's like
probably not a peak out. They probably yell if they seen it. They'd probably try to yell at you like, "Hey, you forgot something." But if it wasn't like very busy, I could see a bus driver here actually like running out after you.
I've only ever had other passengers do that, never the bus driver.
Yeah. No, but I could still see this bit with the bus drivers here. If it ever happened, I could see some of them doing it if it wasn't too busy.
Yeah.
I think it just really depends on the bus driver.
I need a few tickets, please.
I don't think I made this game. It feels like someone who doesn't know how people work made this game.
A ticket, please.
Someone who's never ridden a bus made this game.
Yeah. Because the whole thing is like,
Thanks.
One ticket, please.
it's like people are way too enthusiastic to ride a bus, you know? And like, if you park correctly at the bus stop, people will like compliment you on it. Like, oh, this is the greatest parking I've ever seen a bus do. It's just like, people are not this happy to be riding the bus in the real world. You know? Like, and like, there's also like a bunch of like weird like liberal economics, like social liberal economics in the game that's just like, oh, people will be happy to be able to pay to ride the bus, and you know, shit like that. It's just like, oh, we can serve both the people and the businesses, and everyone will be very happy that we can do that. Just like, no, I think people would be kind of pissed off and they don't want to pay.
Yeah, I would love to not pay for public transport. It'd be pretty dope.
Well, don't you want to contribute to the company? You know?
No.
Don't you want the company to do good? Don't you want you to donate your money to the bus company so that they can make their business better?
No, I want to remove the bus company, have the state own it, people pay taxes, people with more money pay more for the public transport, so I, who don't make very much money, don't have to pay very much, but still get to ride free.
But paying for things makes people feel invested. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I mean, it's like this game was made assuming that like the rational consumer. Okay, the hitbox of the bus is bigger than the actual bus, because I did not hit anyone there. Anyway.
I did not hit her. I did not.
I did not.
Hi, Mark.
Oops.
My head.
Accidentally opened the door. No, but like the rational consumer and all the liberal economics textbooks, right? And it's like this game was made with the assumption that that's how people actually are. Like people are rational actors and rational consumers and shit. Which just is not how the real world works. Like if you study if you take like an economics course in college, they'll tell you that like, oh, capitalism works because like if there are two companies and one of them has a good product for a low price and one of them has a bad product for a high price, then the one with the good product will always win, no matter what, because people are rational consumers. And it's like, well, if that was true, then why does advertising exist? You know?
Yeah, I mean that's basically the whole kind of argument with libertarians, right? It's like this competition will somehow, you know, oh, you just have to have the better product, or you just have to offer the better job and stuff like that, and everything will be fine, right? Like it's this fantasy on how capitalism works, which is not at all like anchored to reality whatsoever.
Yeah. Because it assumes that everyone, like in every single purchase that they make, they are 100% informed on like all the nuances and intricacies of this like random bullshit, right? But it's like, if I'm gonna like buy a screwdriver, I don't research like what screwdriver company to buy from, or like oh, this screwdriver company has bad, you know, labor practices. Like this screwdriver company uses bad materials, and as a rational consumer, I will make my stance by buying from the screwdriver company with the better, higher quality materials. And it's just like, no one does that. Like, maybe with like one particular thing, if it's something like they're passionate about. Like, oh, like I play video games. Like, I know about the video game industry and shit. So when it comes to that, maybe I am a rational consumer, but certainly not in everything I buy, you know?
No.
Like, in most cases, in like for most of the things that people buy, they're not rational consumers. They're just getting whatever is most convenient to get, right? And like, even if like, oh yeah, maybe if they had all the correct, you know, all the information about like, oh, actually, if you buy this screwdriver, it's gonna, you know, it's gonna break and it's not gonna be a good investment. Like, yeah, people knew that. Maybe they would act, you know, could make the rational choice, right? But you can't expect people to always be informed consumers for every single purchase that they make, because that's just not how anything works.
Yeah, I mean, essentially with like most things, the most important thing is like just having the specific brand of something being endlessly like thrown at you for like months on TV, internet, or whatever, right? So then when you go to the store and gonna pick up your toothpaste, you pick like, you know, the one you're most familiar with out of like a sea of like a bunch of different brands, right?
Yeah. I mean, maybe if like instead of having advertisements, we had like an NGO, like a neutral, unaffiliated like panel of experts, and they just like determine what, you know, they just list like all the information that you need as to be a rational consumer, right? And no one is allowed to advertise. Advertising is dead, and in its place is just like these like information sheets compiled by like experts in the various fields, and they're giving all the informations to the consumer. Maybe then you can expect people to be rational actors.
I feel like under capitalism, especially in like America, that would probably be the most corrupt agency ever created.
Yeah, of course. I mean, of course. Yeah, obviously. Like, you couldn't really expect that to... Alright, fuck you. I had the right of way there.
Well, that's
I don't know why or how or, you know, how any of that works, but I definitely had the right of way there. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm a bus. I'm a bus. I'm a bigger vehicle. That means I have the right of way. That's how that works.
Technically, I think they had the right of way because they're making a right turn.
Well, from their perspective, I was making a right turn.
Well, I mean, you're crossing their lane, and they are just. So I think they had the right of way.
Well,
to be honest.
No, because I'm bigger. I'm a bus.
Oh, it works.
Yeah.
It's like if you just get the biggest vehicle ever, you can just drive any way you want.
Yeah. I mean, American Johnson and Luna Oy, when we were talking about Vietnam, they told me that's basically how traffic works there. It's like there aren't any like road signs or anything, which like arguably makes for, or like not even arguably, like it's like proven to make for much safer driving, because if there are no like traffic laws, then everyone just has to constantly pay attention. So like they're like I think like per capita there are fewer like road accidents in Vietnam than in America, because like people don't just blindly follow the, you know, signage and the traffic laws. They have to be paying attention to the road. But like generally how it works at like crossroads and stuff is like, oh yeah, the buses can just do whatever they want. Yeah. And like then cars and then mopeds and motorcycles.
We were in Turkey when I was younger on vacation, and we took a taxi from like downtown to the hotel once, and it was a terrifying experience. It just felt like they were just honking at each other nonstop, and like the taxi driver just looked constantly furious at the other drivers. Like, it didn't matter. Like, it was just a constant state of anger at each other in traffic.
Yeah. In Sweden, no one ever uses the horn, basically.
No, that's rude.
Yeah, exactly. We're too scared to use the horn. We just like silently mutter in like anger when someone does something.
Yeah.
We never honk at them. Horn okay, please. There you go.
Oh yeah, but that's true. That's how boat work. The larger vessel always has the right of way. But I feel like that's a bit different, right? Because it's harder to slow down a big vessel.
Maybe. I mean, cars are really just boats on land if you think about it. So I don't see why I wouldn't be, you know, following like boat laws instead of car laws. Because they're all like, oh, if I was in the water, then then the laws would be different. That doesn't make any sense. That's stupid.
Yeah. You use that excuse to get pulled over. I'm like, I'm actually following nautical laws, okay?
Yeah. It's like,
Okay, my speedometer measures in knots, okay,
Yeah.
not miles per hour.
it's like the traffic law version of like the sovereign citizen argument.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
actually,
yeah.
this is not a car, this is a vehicle. Shit like that. Like, I'm not a citizen, I'm a sovereign person, and I don't... Actually, the Constitution doesn't apply to me.
Yeah.
So I can do whatever I want, actually.
Yeah.
I do have to say, like, it's one of my guilty pleasures to watch, like, those sovereign citizen videos. I just think it's so fucking funny.
Yeah.
Even
They
though
are.
obviously, like, you know, ACAB and everything, like, I don't agree with the cops in those situations most of the time. I mean, sometimes people are just fucking stupid for no reason and actually, like, being very rude and inconvenient to other people around them and not just to the cops. But, yeah, it's just really funny to watch people freak out and try to make really stupid legal arguments. Like, no, actually, because the Constitution only applies to British subjects, actually, if you think about it, because the Constitution was written by people who were still technically citizens of the British Empire, which doesn't exist, or, like, I'm not a citizen of the United Kingdom, so, you know, just random shit like that, and the cops are usually just like, I don't even know what you're talking about, man. I just need your license and registration.
I need a ticket.
And it's always over like some stupid bullshit, like stuff that doesn't matter. It's just like, oh, I'm not gonna pay this $5 fine for like parking wrong or whatever because I'm a sovereign citizen and like I don't have to abide by the Constitution actually.
Yeah.
It's just like, that's what you're, you know, like that's what you're trying to get out of using this argument. Like this is really like minor thing that doesn't actually matter.
A ticket,
Yeah.
please.
I mean, it's like pretty much
Rex
they...
Burgers, yeah, in Tom Bricks. The Rex Burgers in Germany are. Have you ever heard of them, Grom?
No.
They're. Oh shit! I gave too much money. Damn it. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I apologize. Yeah, they say that the German Empire never legally stopped existing, and actually the Weimar Republic and therefore the modern day Bundesrepublik was never legitimate. So actually they're, you know, they say that they're not citizens of the German Federal Republic, they're citizens of the German Empire. Therefore any laws that are newer than like 1919 they don't have to follow actually.
Yeah. Like what traffic laws? There weren't cars.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the kind of stuff they say. I believe in the SOG, but instead call it Allied Administration or something. Yeah, I mean, I think there are different kinds of people. Cause some, like, I know some like Reichsburgers or whatever, they're like Kaiserboost, like they're like arguing like, oh, I only follow the laws of the Kaiser. And then some are like, oh, I don't, when the West Germany and East Germany unified, actually, there was like there's a problem in the charter or whatever the fuck. And actually that means that there is no unified country, and I'm still a citizen of West Germany, which doesn't exist anymore, so I don't have a citizenship, like I'm not anything. And that means I don't have to follow any laws either, because that's how that works. Like,
Yeah.
have you asked, like, immigrants who are not citizens, like, if they still have to follow laws? Like, oh, I'm not a citizen, therefore I can do whatever I want. Like, no. No, actually, that's not how that works.
Exactly, because, like, according to the right-wingers, there's no one that needs to follow the laws more than immigrants. Like, they're not even allowed to get a parking ticket.
Yeah.
They'll be thrown
and if
out.
they do, they gotta be deported.
Yeah.
To an active war zone.
Yeah.
So like, oh, you didn't pay this parking ticket. Well, back to Kabul with you. Like, oh yeah, the Taliban is like making they're sieging the city, but like you didn't pay the fee, so
yeah,
didn't pay the parking ticket in time, in a timely manner, so
yeah. One of my guilty pleasures on YouTube is the stolen valor videos, because both parts are utterly ridiculous. In my opinion, like there's no winners in that situation.
Yeah. Wait, am I returning to the garage? Oh, I think I am. Hang on, I just have to clean up the... Okay, yeah.
There's always coffee cups.
Let's see how many stars I got for this one. 3 stars! That's more than I thought. Okay, I'm gonna sell one of my buses. Because I bought the wrong one. Etc. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Ah. What's the difference? This one is 24 seats, that one's 35 seats. Standing place
is there
is
no
25.
accordion buses?
Here's one. I don't have it. I'm not the high level enough yet.
Okay, I would love to see you drive one of those.
I would die instantly. Maintenance per week. Maintenance per week for this one is lower.
Yeah, Kronos, it's the same in Sweden. Like, literally, our healthcare system would collapse without the immigrants.
Yep. 100%. It's also funny because like the Sweden Democrats, they make like this whole thing about like, oh, we're the only party that stands up for the healthcare industry. But like they're also the party that wants to like or well, officially they don't anymore, but they've always been the party that's like, we got to kick the immigrants out. It's like, well, like all the fucking nurses and like plenty of the doctors in the Swedish healthcare industry are immigrants, right? And they're just like, wow, that's not our fault.
Eshol, that means that our healthcare industry is very understaffed, nurses, doctors, and stuff like that, and a lot of like nursing staff and doctors are immigrants. So like having the immigrants come to Sweden has actually more or less saved. Like, it's still understaffed and we need way more nurses and doctors, right? But it would be catastrophic without them.
Yeah. How many decals can I add?
All of them.
I just want to know, like, is there a number that's like, okay, that's enough. I just want to cover the bus in Jungwoo.
But yeah, the Sweden Democrats is like the voters are so strange because they're kind of like they're just on board with the racism essentially. At the same time, they're denying that the racism exists, right? But also all the other stuff they say that the Sweden Democrats does good is just kind of like wishful thinking, right? Like they assume that, oh well, if they say they're gonna like save the healthcare and stuff like that and make that better, that must be true, right? Like without even looking into it. Whereas like, it's very openly that, you know, Sweden Democrats side with the right wing budget that is like
Yeah.
proposing privatization and austerity and stuff like that.
Yeah, but that's only to make the healthcare better and more efficient.
More efficient, yeah. I mean, if there's anything we've seen recently in Sweden is how privatization is extremely efficient.
Yeah. I mean, like, how are you gonna expect doctors to, like, save people's lives if they don't have a profit incentive?
Exactly.
Even though under privatization, doctors usually get paid less.
Yeah.
But, are they seriously not gonna tell me that, like, you've added too many decals at any point? Can I just add as many of these as I want?
I mean, if you went with your bus to a decal shop, do you think they would ever say, too many decals, pal?
I guess.
I like, fuck it, we get paid per hour. As many as you want.
But I'm not paying for any of this. It's all free for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, here we have like the elder care is like a really big thing in Sweden that has like, there's for profit like elder care.
Yeah.
But they get their money from the state, right? The state is their customers, right? Because like the elderly don't pay for their spot in the elder care, so it's the state, right? But so if the state ran it, they would pay a certain amount, but now they're paying someone else to do it, but it's still the same money, right? But now they have to take profit out of it. So like there's these stories all the time, like they're understaffed. Sometimes they're like literally don't feed the elderly because if they skip a meal, that's more cash, right? It's like it's the most ridiculous thing ever, but it's efficient. Generating profit for a few people.
I'm gonna have one Polska.
Over China. I'm
gonna
sure
say China like a million
they would
times.
love it.
But then it's gonna say Polska. It's the bus is owned 90% by China, but then Poland also owns a small share of the company.
Yeah.
Put them here.
There. You should like kinda hide the Polska, like.
No. All right, perfect. And that one is the Urban Way 12M Iveco. That one I don't care about. Have a route with a maximum of 10 stops that connects agricultural zone, 2 stops, Schober Ground, Oakville, Siegwalden. Agricultural zone, Schober Grounds. Okay. We can. Okay. New route. Minimum of 2 stops for each. Okay. We can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's good, I think. 14238. That makes sense.
Yes.
2. No, not 24. 2. You can change the color of them, or at least if you can, I haven't figured out how to do it. But the color doesn't actually matter. It only shows up on the map. So it doesn't change the bus or anything. No, not 58. Okay. And then assign at least one driver and select CNG buses only. What the fuck is a CNG bus?
Does your buses loop? Because our buses have 2 endpoints, and they just basically turn around and drive the other way. Like, it's a straight line. They get to the last stop, do a U-turn somewhere, and then they go back.
Yeah. That's usually how it works. Oh, this one is CNG. Ah, I see. I should unassign. I need to unassign someone. Who do I need to unassign? This one. Who are you? Michael Van Helgen. You go here and you get this one. Assign at least one driver and select CNG buses only. Drive the route with a CNG bus. 85% of unlocked bus stops should be on routes which generate income with drivers. Is this one generating income? Is this one? That one is not yet. That one's generating income. That one's generating income. Okay, we just have to drive this one. And we drive the CNG bus. CNG, of course, stands for Zhongguo. And I guess we'll do a round trip.
All aboard the China bus.
Yeah. Who wouldn't want to ride this bus? If you saw this bus driving down the street, wouldn't you be like, well, I'm gonna get on that?
I mean, I personally would be thrilled, okay? You know, I think a lot of people would just literally be terrified. There's a China bus driving around. Not as terrified, though, in Sweden as if there was like a Russia bus driving around.
Yeah. Russia bus would be,
I've spotted a Russian submarine bus on the roads.
Oh, damn, there are 3 doors to this one. Now I can't just press 1 and 2, I have to press 3 as well. Oh, the ticket machine is slightly different.
What do you mean, Wing? It could hold more seats. You don't want... That's bad for us, you know, when they try to cram in as many seats as possible. I like the new buses because they have a lot better seat placement and a lot more room for, like, child carriages and handicap spots, right? With the same amount of, like... The bus isn't bigger, right? But it has way more space.
Yeah. What does this button do?
It's the eject seat.
it's the emergency detonation. The honk is the same. Wish you could customize the honk to play the Chinese national anthem.
I don't think I've ever heard the Chinese national anthem.
How you vote
Careful. Let's see here.
Long march. They should have taken the bus. The long bus ride. I would hate if buses played the radio. I've heard a few times when bus drivers have music on, but it's usually pretty quiet and mostly just for them. It's not on like the loudspeakers or anything. That would be annoying. But yeah, some bus drivers they have headphones, but they like listen to loud music, which I'm fine with because like it's their fucking bus, and bus drivers historically, or like people in public transport in general in Sweden have had like a pretty rough deal. Like they don't like they're like they've gone on strike and stuff and not gotten what they wanted, and where the working conditions aren't, ideal always. Do you talk to the bus drivers ever? I don't think the bus drivers want to talk to people. I mean, right now they've got like the whole front section of the buses quarantined off. So you can't even get near them.
Perfect. There you go.
Thank you. I'm glad that exists on the internet now. I'm anxiously awaiting a check in the mail from the Chinese government for spreading the good word of Comrade President Xi Jinping.
Next time someone comes in and asks what's your opinion on China, just link that one.
Just play that clip.
Yeah.
Just make that clip like the notification sound when someone raids.
Yeah.
Just so they know what they're getting into. Like, hello, welcome. This is a Chinese nationalist stream.
Yeah.
We do not recognize Taiwan as a sovereign nation in this stream.
Yeah, of course.
Alright. 1, 2, 3. Everyone get on.
I love this ticket bus.
Did you just say I would love a ticket, please? See, that's what I'm saying. Like no one acts like that. This is like social liberalism. No one acts like that. Like, I am a rational consumer. I have done my research about this company, and I support your mission statement of providing transport to people.
Yeah.
And I would love to be a consumer of your business. I would love to pay for this ticket, please.
I would love 8 tickets for this route.
Yeah, exactly. Wait, can I, Yes. Is that simplified Chinese? Yeah.
Simplified. Yeah, yes.
I need it to be simplified. So I'm not,
You really need to see the view down.
Oh, come on. The voices are still in English?
Yeah.
Alright. I mostly just wanted like the announcer voice to be in Chinese.
I was like, can you find the language one again? That's always the issue, right? Like, I think like once when I was younger, I was messing around with languages on like my old Nokia phone, right? And then I had to get help to find how to change the language again because it's like I'm lost.
Oh shit. No. I know because Japanese has kanji, right? And a lot of them are similar to Chinese characters. There are some Chinese characters that I recognize.
Yeah.
And they because they're logograms and they represent words and not sounds, they usually mean the same thing, or often they can mean the same thing. So I can get by with Chinese. I've like obviously no fucking clue how to pronounce any of it, because Chinese characters don't tell you how to pronounce them. They just tell you what the word is and what it means.
Meet a Chinese person speaking Chinese to you, just start mouth trumpeting their anthem to them.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, you speak my language.
Yeah. No, like the best I could do is like to try to read the Chinese characters in how their kanji like variants are pronounced in Japanese, which would just be complete gibberish in both Japanese and in Chinese.
Yeah.
Like it wouldn't make sense in either language. But like that's the best I could do.
Yeah. It's the thought that counts, right?
Yeah, exactly. They could tell that I'm making an effort.
Making an effort by just talking gibberish at them.
Yeah.
It's like, is this racist or?
Well, it wouldn't be gibberish. It would be Japanese words in like a nonsensical order.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gibberish. Yeah.
Well, that's how it is.
Yeah. That's some big old mountains.
Yeah. You casually cross 2 lanes to get to where I need to go.
Yeah.
This parking position is just perfect.
Is this parking position just perfect? I feel like it could have been better.
I think someone.
I honestly don't know.
No,
how
someone
you're
forgot
gonna
something on the bus.
Move out of the way.
Out of the way. Sir, you lost your... Oh. Whatever.
You lost your... Oh my god.
Thanks.
You're welcome. See, at the bus company, we care about people.
Yeah.
I'm stuck. Oh, there we go. It takes a second to rev up this one.
To heat the engines up.
Never complimented the bus driver's parking before. I think it would be weird to do that. Yeah,
I think it would be like very condescending to do that.
Yeah.
Like, nice
good parking on this one. So, yeah, the bus driver's like, come on. I did not run a red light. I stopped on the zebra crossing. To be... Okay, now someone is in front of me. Or behind me. So, well, I can't do anything about that now. But yeah, I mean, like the bus driver would just be like, yeah, I've been fucking driving this route for like a year. Like,
yeah.
Thanks. I figured out how to park the bus. Like, you don't need to
Yeah, it would
me.
come off. It looks like a really dickish thing to do if you compliment.
Yeah. But like it gives me like the same feeling as when Americans applaud after the airplane lands.
Is this a new
Yeah.
One ticket, please.
It's like, we're alive. Good job.
Yeah.
No, you can pull it off.
And it's like, I don't know how pilots feel about it, if they like it or whatever, but
Thank you.
I can just imagine the pilot being like, yeah, I did my job. You don't need to like applaud me. Like I mean, like honestly, let's be honest here. Most of flying an airplane is autopilot anyway. Like I didn't do that much. And like I do this like multiple times a week. You know, like it's...
I think the only time that you should applaud you actually made it to destination is if you're like in a pre-Hindenburg blimp, right? Then you can applaud that you survived the trip.
Yeah. Yeah, subplanes are really interesting, man. Like, because it's like a fucking feat of engineering to get those fucking things in the air. Like, every single thing on the Zeppelin needs to be accounted for when you're like calculating the weight and everything.
Yeah.
So like the furniture, oh shit, I accidentally opened the door. The furniture on Zeppelins would be like super light and like just like they wouldn't just like everything would be light, like as light as possible, and just like it would only have like the most necessary furniture and stuff. Like Zeppelins for the most part, especially like later, were mostly just for like rich people to like have a joyride in, you know, like there were faster ways to move about, to fly.
Well,
but people stuck with the Zeppelins.
Well, when that you didn't have transatlantic flights at that point, I think.
Not early on, but when the Hindenburg happened, I think.
No, because that was before the Second World War, right? So, and I don't think transatlantic flights started until like the end of World War II.
That maybe that's true. I don't really know aviation history, but I do know about Zeppelins. That's not true. I don't really know anything about Zeppelins. I watched a video once about Zeppelins.
There is a amazing channel on YouTube called Mustard that does like
I love Mustard.
He does his like really cool like animations for like the airplanes
Mustard
and
companies.
goes into airplanes. And I literally just watched one like last night, and it was about the Soviet Union making these like airplanes that are supposed to like skim the surface, but because they flew like that, they could be humongous because the mass of the airplane actually helped it push the air down between like the water surface and the airplane, so they could literally make flying aircraft carriers like that, is the theory.
Yeah, there's a lot of like retrofuturist. I keep opening the door accidentally when I'm trying to use the right turn signal. There's a lot of like retrofuturist like designs and stuff that are really cool. Like in like the 20s and 30s, and even later, like during the 20th century. You had like France and the Soviet Union were like experimenting with like different designs of trains, and like planes as well. Like you had like the Concorde, right? Like the supersonic passenger airplanes that like they were faster, but they were so uncomfortable to fly in because they were just too fast, so they went out of business. Because people who could afford to buy tickets for flying Concorde, like they could just buy like first class tickets on a normal airplane and just like drink champagne or whatever, and they would much prefer that over, you know, technically they'll get to New York an hour faster, but it's like basically they have to fly in what in a normal airplane is like economy, right, with like really cramped seats, and it's just turbulence the whole way. You know, and the business model, this business side of it didn't really work out, but technically it was a much like significantly a faster way to travel. It just didn't work out financially.
I think there was also like for trains, I think it's also a Mustard, but there was like jet powered trains they tried for a while.
Yes, France and the Soviet Union both did trains that were they like what's the word for those trains that like they go like they fit like over the rail or something?
Monorail.
Monorail? No. Well, yeah,
they are monorails.
They were they were monorails, and they just had like a big jet engine on the back of them.
Yeah.
And I mean they worked, But I think they probably faced the same problem as the Concorde airplanes, right? Like, they were just too fast. Like, they just weren't comfortable to travel in. But then yeah, you got stuff like maglevs, like those trains that like they're technically like hovering above the tracks by like a little bit.
I was surprised on how early the first maglev train was designed.
Oh yeah, I mean like the I mean if you think about it, it's like a pretty simple concept, right?
Yeah.
Like it's you have like magnets repel each other, and it's like this like even as like a kid, when you learn that like, oh, magnets repel each other, you gotta be able, like, a kid could imagine that, like, oh, what if I stood on a big magnet and there was another big magnet beneath it and then I could fly?
Yeah.
So, like, yeah, it makes sense that someone would have thought up the design for like maglevs pretty early.
There was also like they made helicopters that their rotors were driven by rockets on the end of the rotor wings.
Awesome.
And it was actually like they were built and used. The issue with them was that they were just way too loud. Yeah. And there was actually one company that flew them, like I think in New York, right? For a while. I don't remember what was supposedly gonna be the benefit of having rocket power rotors. But yeah, it was literally at the end of the wings. There was like a rocket going that way and a rocket going the other way, and that's how it spun.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I guess fast. I don't know. I can't imagine if the benefit would be anything other than it would be fast.
No, I remember.
Take off faster or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I remember because I looked at it, I thought it was like utterly ridiculous. Like, but apparently there was some benefit to doing it this way. But it was just ridiculously loud. So it just like the hype of it died down very quickly.
Yeah. As a kid, I tried to create a generator that perpetually spun via magnets. Yeah. Perpetual motion machines are very interesting to if you look into like the history of them. Because people have been trying to make like perpetual motion machines forever, basically. Both as like, you know, fun things. This is like, oh, this Ferris wheel will spin forever. And then also like, this can generate an infinite amount of energy with just using gravity. Which, you know, unfortunately, perpetual motion machines are not possible, like according to the laws of thermodynamics. Oh, did we miss a stop? Oh shit.
Oh yeah, gyrocopters. Is that what they're called?
No idea. Maybe.
No, it's Comrade Carter. You're thinking of a gyrocopter where the main rotor is normally unpowered. The jet engines on the blades were just to create additional lift and take up. Like, they weren't jet engines, though, right? They were actually rocket engines. They weren't jets.
Just had a thermodynamics exam this week. I hope it went well. I sucked really bad at like all the like STEM fields, like what we in Sweden call NO, which is natural. Natur. What does it stand for?
Don't know. I don't even know what SU stands for.
So NO stands for social ämnena.
Yeah, but what's the O?
I don't know.
Exactly.
I don't know. Wait, I have to look that up. We don't call it SU anymore.
That's what I called it when I went to school.
Yeah, when I went to school we called it that as well, but I don't think we call it that anymore.
Oh.
Sv. Nej, inte. SO. Nej, inte. Det finns en ord. There's a dictionary called SO, but that's not what I'm looking for. No. 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 It's short for Somalia. Oh, there it is. SO-ämnen. Samhällsorienterade ämnen. So society-focused
Alright.
subjects.
So then it would make sure it's nature-oriented
Yeah,
subjects.
and it would be nature-oriented. Okay.
Yeah.
I knew it was social or society and nature, but I didn't know what the O stood for. It was oriented.
Nerd-oriented subjects.
Yeah, nerd-oriented subject. I mean, but yeah, like all the STEM stuff, like philosophy, all the STEM
Yeah,
fields.
it's like just
The STEM subjects like philosophy, physics and math and chemistry and all those. I passed them when I had to take them. Like I didn't fail them, but I just didn't enjoy them. I just didn't enjoy taking them.
I'm really bad at like the math and the physics and chemistry.
Yeah.
Biology is fine. I actually quite enjoy biology. It's interesting.
It can be interesting, but when I studied it in school, it wasn't interesting to me.
No, I thought it was interesting. Just chemistry. I think I had really bad chemistry teachers. Like I was really unlucky with chemistry teachers because I feel like chemistry could be a really fun subject, especially for kids, right? Because it has like the lab and like you build the molecule models and stuff like that. But our teachers, they were just so dry, old, fuddy-duddies, right? That were like, they weren't interesting at all and just ruined it.
Yeah.
Mitochondria is indeed the powerhouse of the cell.
I don't even know if we learned that.
Of course we did. Yeah, of course we did. Of course you learn. Like, it's one of the first things you learn on how, like, cells work.
I think I only know it from the meme.
You probably just don't remember it from school, but you definitely learned about the mitochondria.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
It's pretty basic.
The only stuff I remember from was it chemistry or was it? No, it wasn't. Yeah, it was chemistry. It was like the circle of carbon, like the circular life of carbon, like how carbon is recycled all the time.
Yeah.
The carbon is in the ass we eat, and then we burn it. No, but like the carbon is in the wood, and then it's burned, and then something. I don't know. I just remember the concept.
Just like Jesus in the bread.
Yeah, exactly.
Tim's birthday party today.
The carbon is in the ass we eat, and then we burn it. I don't know why I said that. I don't know why that's what came to my mind. Oh fuck! I can't drive the bus while laughing.
No, I almost hit a tree.
No, I was thinking of like wood and coal and food and stuff.
We have to burn the trees before we can consume them.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I didn't want to have to deal with STEM shit. So when I applied to university, I just applied to like every program that had like anything to do with like only the social studies. Like I refused to apply to any program that had like any STEM shit in it. Like I didn't even want a single fucking course to be like math. Like I refuse.
My phone battery drained again.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed the social He's like standing there waiting, and then as soon as you go,
Yeah,
he just
I know.
slams it.
Fucking dick.
No, but yeah, the social studies stuff, they were like, I mean, history could be quite boring sometimes when you're just sitting there talking about this king is like, he did this then, and it's like,
Mm.
but there are a lot of fun stuff in history, right? But it's like, it's still the kind of the format of how the classes work is more open discussion rather than someone talking at you about
Yeah.
things. It's more interactive, which just made it more fun.
Mm.
Lucky you.
Yeah,
had
I
to
mean,
work yesterday.
personally, as a history teacher, I don't think there's anything fun or interesting about history.
Exactly. It's
I
completely pointless.
I only teach it in order to make my
Make money.
students feel misery.
Look, kids, I'm only here to get paid, okay?
Yeah. So there's a list of all the Swedish kings you need to memorize, and this one got shot, and this one ate himself to death, and this one wrote a Bible, and then that's it. That's what you need to know.
Oh yeah, he ate himself to death over like a big banquet, right? Like,
Yeah, he ate like, wasn't it like 17 semler or something? Like some absurd number. And then like later that night he got a heart attack.
yeah, at the
Mm.
table, right?
No, I think
I think it was at the table. He literally just keeled over while eating.
Ooh, I literally read about this like not too long ago, and I can't remember. I don't know why I had the impression that I thought he had the heart attack at the table, and then I was surprised to learn that actually it was later, after the banquet was over.
It might be just something that's like funnier, so it's been retold so many times that everybody's like, "Oh yeah, he literally died at the table," and it's like, no, actually, that's
I'm unsure though. You could be right. It could have been at the table. I have a faint
Right
memory
on
that
time. Thank you.
I was surprised to learn that he didn't have a heart attack at the table. But maybe I'm just misremembering it. Just to reassure people, when I'm actually like teaching kids about stuff, I look up all the bullshit beforehand. I don't just talk out of my ass when I'm teaching classes. But sometimes you forget details like that.
That's my stop.
For fuck's sake. Get off. Get off my bus. That same woman again. She was the one that had to leave last time. This woman just gets on buses, and then after the bus leaves the stop, she's like, "Oh, can you stop in the middle of the road, please?" It's like, well, fuck it, I can't. Well, I don't want you to give me a bad review.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, the king stuff can be a bit dry, I think. Like,
Yeah.
it wasn't the most fun part of, like, history classes and stuff like that.
How many historical figures are fictional? Well, the further back in history you go, the more of them are going to be fictional. But also, the further back in history you go, the more controversial it is to say that someone is fictional. Like, for example, Moses. Most historians agree that Moses was likely a mythologized figure that wasn't actually a historical person, but more likely something between an amalgamation of several historical people that did exist, the names of which have been lost to time, and then just myths and legends kind of added on top, or taken from other stories, right, and attributed to Moses afterwards. But to say that is also pretty controversial, because Moses being a real dude doing real dude stuff is kind of like a central tenet of like 2 world religions, well, 3 actually: Christianity, Judaism, and Islam all rely on Moses getting the commandments from God.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, also, just the Viking stuff, right? Like, we don't know much. Like a lot of it is stories. So do we really know
Oh, yeah,
if like a lot of them are just fictional or if they ever were real? Right?
Yeah.
Because
I
it
mean,
comes from like sagas.
it's all very interesting because when it comes to the Vikings, most of the historical records we have were written by Christians from the outside looking in, right?
Yeah.
So, especially when it comes to Nordic religion, like the Asatru, like the Thor and Odin and all these Nordic gods. Most of what we know about them comes from Christian sources, writing about a heathen religion that they're hoping to convert. And the thing about the pagan Nordic religion is it's hard to know how much of it was religion and how much of it was just myths and like stories that people told, or like if there really was like a real difference between them.
I never thought
Because like we know that there wasn't organized religion, like there weren't really like churches, there weren't Bibles in that way. People weren't like persecuted for being wrong about stuff. And what most of religion was just stories. Some of them explaining stuff like how the world got made and how natural phenomena happen. And when you ask a question like, well, did people actually believe that thunder happens because Thor is hitting something with his hammer? And the answer to that is maybe, but we have no idea whether or not people legitimately, like, actually believe that as a religion, as a faith, or if it was just a story that people told. To the Christians who were writing about the Nordic pagans, right? They just took all the stories and they said this is the religion. This is what they literally believe. But we don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah, the way I understood it is like people outside of like the bigger settlements didn't actually have like a gathered sense of like religion, right? And it was mostly like just folklore, like they thought like elves lived in the forests and stuff like that, right? Like just superstitions, right?
Yeah. As the true stories are funny, they had a freaking world cow which licked giants out of a salt stone into existence. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's one where Loki gives away Mjolnir to what's called like the ice giants, right? And then Thor dressed up in drag to marry the ice giant to steal the hammer back.
Yeah. Plan around with the agricultural zone, industry zone. That one. Okay, so I can get rid of. I should be able to get rid of like. These. Okay, which bus is this one? No one. No one doesn't have a bus. Oh. Well, okay then. We'll assign it a bus. You drive this one. And then we're going to create a new route. Which we're only gonna... It's not gonna make a lot of sense. Oh, fuck. God damn it. Maximum H stop that connects agricultural zone, industry zone. Do I not have that? Is that not this one? Oh shit, it's not. Oh fuck. Okay, we have to edit this one then. Agricultural zone to industry zone. 3 stops, okay. 1... No, wait, how are we gonna do this? 1, 2, 3... Nope. How did I do this the last time? 1, 2, 3... No, wait, that's the... Oh, that's not the agricultural zone, never mind. This one. What, no. 1... 1, 2, 3... And 1, 2, 3. Save. That should do it. Yeah, okay. Now, let's see. That one is that one. So the Sataro is the only one left. We create a new route that's gonna go, include, and none of these bus routes really make sense, but I'm just doing them to fulfill the missions. Let's see. Da da da. Da da da. How are we gonna do this? No. Da da. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No. Damn it. No. Da 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 da. Da da. And then here, down here, up here, down here.
Over there by the roundabout, I like how, like, you know, you can get on one stop, take the whole, like, circle around it to just end up, like, a block away.
Yeah. I mean, people are probably gonna do that. I don't know how they programmed, like, the AI to, like, how they determine, like, what's a smart, you know,
Yeah.
smart way to get around. There. Save. The only requirement is that the bus stops have to be on routes which are generating income. And we're gonna call this one the super route. No, the premium route. It's gonna be $. Oh, come on. 1. Sign driver. There we go. And I am not going to do a round trip because, my god, this is going to take forever. Okay. I have to take a break. Go get some water. But I'll be back in like 2 minutes. So you entertain the people.
All right, I'll entertain the people. Hello, people. It is I, Grom. Which, remember learning about the USSR required buying a lot of food from America to keep them afloat. Oh, hi, Ben. We have Galaxy Brain streamer in chat, bleep blomp Ben. Oh, okay. Entertained. Yeah. Well, Wing, like the agricultural system before industrialization was not very efficient because of how it was structured during the Tsar. Like the Tsar kind of screwed up their whole, like made it more inefficient by like splitting up the land. So before industrialization, Russia's agricultural system was not very great. I remember they showed the USSR breadlines, but only had pictures of the US Great Depression to show example of what they look like. Yeah. I mean, Ben, who's in chat, has like a game where he was gonna do like U.S. coal mine or gulag, and people had to like guess which one was a U.S. coal mine and which one was a gulag in the USSR. If you want to win the game, hint: there was no children in the gulags. There were plenty of children in the American coal mines, though. Streamer gone, spam Dorito. Go for it. Spam away. You have, what do you mean, children? You have child labor in candy factories in America? Or are you thinking of Willy Wonka? Oompa Loompa slavery. Yeah, it was like, oh yeah, all the Oompa Loompas want. They want to be paid in chocolate, right? Convenient. I see. Yeah, but that's fine, Wing. I mean, what kid wouldn't want to work in a candy factory? I mean, come on, that's the dream, right? It's the dream right there. Well, I don't know how to entertain everybody. You guys gotta type stuff, because I'm not a streamer. I'm just a mod. I'm a lowly mod. Yeah, give me some material. No, sex is banned. I'm sorry. Yeah. Are you not entertained?
Okay, I'm here to help Grom
All right,
with
Sebs is here. No, Sebs can
content.
entertain you all.
No, everyone, Stalin was actually good. Jay, take notes, everyone.
I do not know what
kidding.
fora is. I'm sorry.
What is Fora of Latin America syndicalism? What are your thoughts? I have no idea what Fora is either. I live in Latin America though, but I have no idea about Latin American syndicalism.
I'm not really up to key on syndicalism. I've had it explained to me as like it seems to be like a tactic of like by workers, right? It's like I don't know enough to talk about it. Like I've had it loosely explained by syndicalists to me, but I don't really know.
Isn't syndicalism just unions, basically?
Well, syndicalism is like a focus on like unionizing and like what I understand it is kind of like disrupting like capitalist production in order to get what you want.
Okay,
what are you telling people? What are you on about?
I don't know. I told them I don't know what syndicalism really is.
Okay, so Fora was basically anarchist allyship kind of union that happened in Argentina that disappeared in the 30s. So that's all I know.
I agree.
So even if I had any opinions on it, it would be kind of irrelevant since it has completely disappeared by now.
Oh. I mean,
Wow, are you saying the USSR is irrelevant because it's completely disappeared by now?
No, I mean, like, in Argentina, there are no current movements, similar movements that I'm aware of. So that's why.
yeah, but what's your
Yeah.
opinion on Stalin?
Yeah.
Oh, he's good. He's incredible. Like, he did nothing wrong, obviously.
Don't demonetize me, Twitch. I don't endorse Sebs.
Oh, wow. But they do endorse Stalin. So.
No, I don't.
Oh my god.
I don't.
Wow, that's pretty reactionary.
Yeah, I know.
Are you even a communist?
No, I'm egalitarian.
Oh my god. I feel like that's kind of
It sure is a free thinker. Okay.
Yeah.
You're social liberal.
It sure is a centrist.
Liberal.
Like, if you look at Azure's Twitter, it sure is a centrist.
Yeah, we did one of those, like, bias analysis things where you put in your Twitter account and then so the website tells you if you're left or right, like left-wing or right-wing biased. And I was like 51% left, 49% right. So I'm like slightly left-leaning centrist, according to that, whatever the fuck it was called. I forget what it was called.
Yeah.
Wait,
Twitter
Azure,
bias and analysis.
Azure,
Also,
female kid in Japanese.
No, I wrote Mesugaki.
And that means
Cheeky brat.
Cheeky brat.
Cheeky brat? Oh my god.
Yeah, and Google translated it to female kid. Which is so stupid.
Also, I did the bias thing on the CIA's Twitter account, and they were mostly leftist.
Yeah, well, that's true.
So there you go.
Well, like Nicolas Maduro was like 98% right wing.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh my god.
it really is not a good, because like most of like the leftists, Maduro is like retweeting probably like the right wing media that's funded by America in Venezuela and complaining about it. Or it's like, oh yeah, he's mostly posting right wing stuff.
Yeah. Well, it's clearly biased.
Oh god.
But yeah, so I'm actually a good source because I'm not biased to the left or to the right. I'm a centrist.
Yeah. Just very enlightened.
Yeah, I just, I take things as they come. I evaluate, issues based on merit and innovation-based innovation-focused solutions.
So you are a journalist.
So, well, I'm pretty new to leftism. Am I correct in understanding that a stateless society will still have a form of government? As in, a stateless society doesn't necessarily equate to a governmentless society.
Yeah.
Yes. State, in like the way that usually is like the definition is used. The state is just the class oppression, right? Like, so the state is a tool of class oppression, right? So the state is there to oppress right now the proletariat in a bourgeoisie society, whereas in a dictatorship, proletariat is there to oppress the bourgeoisie, right? But if you have a classless society or a society that only have one class, which is essentially classless, right? The state isn't required anymore, right? But that's not the same as a government.
A state is not a form of government. A state is a tool used by a government to oppress a subjugated economic class. At least that's the way that leftists and Marxists specifically use the terminology state. There are also, I mean, you have colloquial definitions of the word state, where state is synonymous with government, but that's not how Marxists or Marx himself used the word state. Democratic Republic may be stateless. I mean, depends on what you mean, but yeah, basically, in theory. But I don't know how, like, what I'm not sure the word republic would mean very much in a stateless society, because republic basically just means there's not a monarch. You wouldn't have monarchy under socialism. So I don't think the word republic would really mean anything anymore.
What should I get to eat now? Fast food? Junk food? I think I'll try some.
We could elect leaders.
Food.
Yes, there could elect leaders. There could be any kind of democratic system you can imagine. The only prerequisite for a stateless, classless society is that there are no classes, and the ruling class, which doesn't exist, does not use a monopoly on violence to subjugate another class, which also doesn't exist. So a society which is classless will also automatically be stateless.
Oh, that's what Marx meant when he said, or Lenin said about the state withering away.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. If you only have, like, if there's only one class, right? Like, if the bourgeoisie doesn't exist anymore, you only have the proletariat. That essentially means you only have, it's classless, right? Like, if you only have one class, and if you, then the need that the state filled is not necessary anymore, so it would go away, right?
Yeah, a distinction should be made, though, that when we're talking about a classless society, we're not just talking about within a nation, we're also talking about global society. So even if the national bourgeoisie is done away with as a class, right? No one has the class alliance national bourgeoisie anymore within a country. There still exists an international bourgeoisie, which are made up of powerful members of the bourgeois classes in different countries, right? So, CEOs and people invested in, multinational conglomerates, right? Like Coca-Cola and, the big corporations. And they still have a class interest, and they, based on that class interest, they act toward other countries, like how the United States funds the Office for Transition Initiatives in certain countries, which are basically the United States' way of trying to encourage revolution and regime change and political opposition in countries that they don't agree with. And they fund the Bureau for Conflict Solution and Stabilization, something like that. I keep forgetting. In their allied countries, right? And the purpose of which is to silence up political opposition and to suppress usually left-wing movements that threaten the global hegemony of the United States and capitalism. And that is the class struggle of the international bourgeoisie versus the international proletariat, and against the national proletariat. So even when a single country abolishes, private capital, that doesn't mean that they have abolished the state, or that they've abolished classes, or that they've created a classless society, because there still exists an international bourgeoisie which acts against the interests of the national proletariat in that country. And so they still need the state, at least according to Leninist theory, they still need the state in order to protect the national proletariat from the international bourgeoisie. So, for example, Cuba needs a state to protect itself from the United States, CIA and State Department, basically. Ah, fuck.
Would it be accurate to say we're in a world war? I mean, how many countries does America need to fight to have it be a world war? I mean, America doesn't have like an official declaration of war against a lot of the countries it is actively being militarily active in. So like the technical term of like a world war requires like, I think a country from like every part of the world to be involved in like an official declaration of war against, right? So technically, yeah, I mean, America is doing war essentially all over the planet, right? But there is not an official declaration of war against like most of the states it's fighting. Right?
I mean, even then, it's not all part of the same conflict, right?
No.
And especially, there's no war between nation states so much as there's proxy wars and a cold war between the US, China, and Russia, basically.
Yeah.
And
Also, is it even a war if only the US is the one like oppressing all the other states?
yes,
Like-
it's still a war.
Yeah.
Right on time. Thank you.
War seems like two sides, and it's clearly one-sided.
I mean, if you're talking about like the war in Afghanistan, then it's still a war, even if one side is much more powerful than the other side. The Taliban still has guns and weapons; they're still shooting, so it's still war. That doesn't mean it's justified or that it's good, but like it's still a war. It's not it's not peace, right? The opposite of war is peace, and it's war in Afghanistan is certainly not the peace in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also, no, we will not keep the Mouse King of Sweden around. Sorry.
Sorry, Ben.
My weekly ticket expired yesterday. I hope I don't get
Yeah,
cheated.
Is a massacre still a war? But I mean, a massacre can be part of a war. Like,
yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, war is not like... Yeah, I was coming from the understanding of war sounds like two sides, but that's more of a conflict and not a war. War
I
is
mean-
like...
Yeah.
like
I think
a war doesn't have to be... like, a war can be one-sided. A war can be a massacre. A war can be a genocide.
Exactly.
War doesn't have to be fair. Like, war doesn't have to be where both sides are equally strong and they're playing by the rules. Like, a war can still be where one side is in the right and the other one is the aggressor, and one side is overwhelmingly powerful, but it's still a war because they are committing acts of war against each other, i.e. they are attacking each other. Even if one of the sides is only defending themselves, it's still a war.
Yeah, I just imagine like the UN coming in there. Okay, I want a good, clean war. Okay, you both are getting $1 billion to spend on your war efforts. Go.
Yeah, basically.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, the UN is not
I need a ticket.
is an imperialist organization.
You really need to.
Thank you. May I have a ticket, please?
And
Thanks.
Tom, your British is showing. Azure would probably declare themselves the king chairman of the Democratic People's Kingdom of Sweden. Oh my god.
What? No, I wouldn't. I don't want
Yes,
to
you
be
would.
the leader of
Come on.
anything.
You're the leader of this stream.
Yeah, exactly. This is about as much responsibility as I can handle.
I mean, you are
I
also
mean, you're literally a
driving the bus.
teacher. Like, I
True.
think you have a bit more responsibility.
Yeah, but I mean, not right now. But
No, in fact, Azure's kind of not the leader because they have democracy in Azure's Discord. So
yeah, I don't do shit on my Discord.
Yeah.
I'm barely involved on that Discord at all.
yeah.
No, it's all member petitions and elections for moderator and stuff.
Sure, you haven't changed the Discord overlay to the new channel.
I don't have a Discord over here. Or no, I do. Oh. Well, I mean, this is just a temporary one. I'm gonna delete it later.
Oh, really? It's going to be permanent.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
no.
But
I'm gonna create another server. I'm gonna invite people to it.
Ooh.
This is how Azure's online classes would look like. Just Azure playing Bus Simulator while teaching history.
No, I don't think so.
Ooh, have any of your students ever been like, "Are you Azure?" or something like that, recognizing your voice?
No, even if they knew, they wouldn't give a shit.
Why wouldn't they give a shit about the Galaxy Brain creator, Azure scapegoat?
Yeah, you're right. They would be so
Legendary.
awestruck.
Well, you know, like Azure has like 70,000 subscribers, and one of their students probably has like a Fortnite channel with like 1 million subscribers.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
The student approaches, like saying, "Hey teacher, I see that you have a channel, kinda cute."
No,
Are
I mean, they would probably just think it's nerd shit.
Yeah. Are you an open communist in public, Azure?
Yeah, it's not really like it's not that controversial of a thing to be an open communist in Sweden, I don't think.
People just kind of condescend you because they just, it's what I find, right? When you say you're a communist, they're just like,
Yeah.
oh, okay, you're one of those idealists.
Mhm.
Like,
One of those. Oh my god.
well, yeah, I mean, the communist parties in Sweden, they're not the greatest, right? And they're seen as just this very like old time kind of like Soviet, you know, stuck in the past with their pamphlets and talking about stuff and stuff like that. So
That is
I don't
true.
blame them from I don't blame them from getting that impression like that.
Yeah.
That
I mean,
that
like when
it's outdated.
I'll say that I'm a Marxist, but I'm not a member of the Communist Party, and nor would I want to be.
Yeah.
They just call me terrorist.
Bye, Mr.
here,
Hansen.
so it's better than that.
Isn't it Master Hansen?
I don't know.
Goodbye. I need to
Take care.
several tickets.
Yeah, take care, Master Hansen. Mr. Master.
Oh, I
Mr.
don't
Master.
recognize anyone as master.
Thanks.
Wow.
Yeah, but America also conflate a lot of things with like communists, because like anything that they don't agree. I mean, it's been used in their propaganda for so long that everything bad is communism,
Yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like,
And the reason that I say that it's not controversial in Sweden is because compared to the Red Scare and McCarthyism in America, we've had the left party. What's today called the left party? Was called the left party communists, right? VPK, Vänsterpartiet Kommunisterna, until 1995, and they've been a political party with seats in parliament, hovering around 10% of the votes since they split from the Social Democrats in 1917. So they've always been communists, and so it's not especially everyone knows a communist, and that's why I think it's not as oh my god, you're a communist, that means you love, you know, Stalin and you want to kill people, you know, because there actually are, you know, it's actually been a, you know, political party called the Communist Party in parliament, right? And like there've been like a part of like, you know, the normal, you know, normal political process, you know, and the, you know, in the news and shit. Like they just became like an accepted part of the political atmosphere, right? They're not outsiders.
Oh no, now you're gonna have Ben is going like, I was right, you need electoralism to legitimize socialism.
Oh my God. And then he's going to start talking about how sugar is actually good for you. And your teeth.
Sweden, there are a lot of syndicalists, anarcho-syndicalists, right? I think, but not like as participating in the electoral system in Sweden, right? So there are anarcho-syndicalist organizations. I'm sure there's some anarchists. I'm not really up to date. I've only come across anarcho-syndicalists, and from what I know, in like, you know, when there's like protests and stuff like that, the Marxist-Leninists and the anarcho-syndicalists tend to cooperate very well.
Yeah.
I've never heard.
The syndicalists run a union called the what is it? The Syndicalist Workers Collective or something?
I don't know, but Freso that you just modded, he's involved in one of the syndicalist chapters in Skåne.
Yep. Yeah, but there's not. As far as I know, there's not like any animosity or anything. In my experience, there's not any animosity between like Leninists or Marxists and.
No. I think it has a lot to do with the fact that they do cooperate, like they organize together and stuff like that. So it's not.
Which is like if you subscribe to like the political compass view of the world, and like you think that, like, oh, there are two axes of politics, and one of them is authoritarianism versus libertarianism. It's like, whoa, how does that work? Authoritarian Marxists cooperating with libertarian anarchists? Like that doesn't square away. I'm gonna reveal a secret to you. The authoritarian libertarianism axis is made up. It doesn't mean anything. It's complete nonsense.
Yeah.
And I say that as someone who studies politics at university, and yeah, it's nonsense. It's a very bad way to look at politics.
I used to be one of those people who subscribed to that chart, and then Azure converted me into one of those people who actually think that the chart is bad. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, the chart is like a political horoscope, right? Like it's for fun. It's entertainment. That's what it is, right?
Why do people always want to shame and like
because
shit
it's horoscopes.
horoscopes?
Sorry
like,
about horoscopes.
I mean, like, fuck horoscopes, but also astrology is much more than that, and I hate that people just reduce it to horoscope. Okay.
I mean, I don't actually care what else is involved. Like, it doesn't actually matter to me if it's just horoscopes or if it's horoscopes and also star signs or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's what I'm trying to make. It's entertainment, right? It's fun, right? Like it's not something you should structure your life after.
In Japan, instead of horoscopes, it's blood type. Like if you have blood type A or blood type O or whatever, it's like, oh, you're this kind of person.
That seems like slightly fascist Nazis. It's like, oh, you're a superior person because you have this blood type.
No, it's not about being superior. It's literally just personality. It's like, oh, you're a creative person, or oh, you're an introvert, or you're an extrovert.
Like,
you have art
if
in your
you've
blood.
ever heard a type A kind of personality, like it literally comes from the blood type.
Yeah. I mean, it's like makes as much sense as like the day you were born determining what kind of person you are. Like whether it's star signs or it's blood type, like it's both nonsense, like one of them isn't superior to the other, one of them is just foreign to us.
I mean, I want speak on how white supremacist that kind of worldview is, but kind of cringe for sure. Not going to lie.
Don't you mean Japanese supremacist?
No, like saying that the day of birth, because it's not about the day itself, it's about like the alienation, how the planets are aligned in
on
that
the day that you were born.
in time. Yeah.
On the day that you were born is the day that matters.
Yeah.
That's what I fucking said. Stop being so contrarian.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No, it's like how you're dismissing it, and again, it's just white shit about not wanting to understand other cultures and perspectives.
What do you mean other cultures? It's literally only white people who subscribe to this kind of shit. In Sweden, anyway.
White people have co-opted this kind of knowledge.
Yeah.
That is the problem.
You don't even believe in it, though, do you, Sebs? You're just saying this stuff to be contrarian.
No. I have actually.
Do you believe in horoscopes?
Studied this. It's not horoscope.
Do you believe in whatever it's called?
Astrology.
Yeah. Do you believe in that?
It's not about believing in it. It's just something that is, you know.
It's just facts.
It's
no. Oh my god. This is the problem of just having an understanding of how white people have co-opted this and commodified.
Okay, fine. What I mean is,
you know?
Do you think that whether you were born when Mars was in retrograde or not determines what kind of person you are?
I mean, kinda.
Like, outside of like you just believing in it, like, does it affect someone who doesn't even know what astrology is? Like, does it have like a material and like a physical effect on someone?
Yeah.
How?
I mean, also I'm a hard determinist also, but you know, I do feel like it kind of plays a role.
But how? How does it?
Got my husband to see Winter of
Like, I just don't know enough.
But how does Mars being in retrograde or not change, like, how lives are played out on Earth? Like, what's the function?
Like, again, I just don't know enough to speak on it.
You don't, like, you don't know how it works, but you know that you believe in it.
Yeah. I don't
and you're
know
saying that it's
how
not, but you're also saying that it's not about faith or believing. You're also saying it's just facts.
Hello?
I won't tolerate this whiteness.
You can't just call people white every time you lose an argument, Steps.
It's not about, because I'm not.
No, but like, okay, so you know, yes, there is more to astrology than like the Western sense of astrology. For example, like Hinduism has like elements of it, right? So like that, but it doesn't change the fact that, I mean, you're not required to believe in it, right? Like I'm an atheist.
I'm not,
I don't believe
I'm not
in anything.
telling you to believe it. I'm telling you not to dismiss it and treat it like
I'm dismissing it by saying that it makes as much sense as in Japan, where they say that what blood type you have determines stuff about your life. I'm dismissing it on an equal basis, right? I'm not saying one of them is more correct or less correct. I'm saying they're both the same kind of thing, and one of them is not superior to the other.
No.
Because they're both based on non-science, right? They're both faith.
I mean, exactly. No matter where it comes from, if something like that tells me, don't walk into a grocery store today because you'll have bad luck, I'm not going to be like, okay, I'm not going to walk into a grocery store today, even though I intended to go shopping, right? Like, it doesn't matter who's telling me that, right?
Yeah. Whether it's based on astrology or blood type or anything else like that, like anything that's about your luck or fortitude or like your dharma or karma, whatever you want to call it, it's, you know, it's faith. And one faith isn't more correct than another faith. It's all just faith. And if you have faith, if you want to believe in it, that's fine. But you can't say that what you believe is rational and what other people have faith in is stupid and wrong.
Do you believe in time?
Yes.
As a philosophy, like philosophically, I don't believe that like the concept of time plays a role in like if I have fortitude or luck in my life.
It's not about, oh my god.
I mean, whether or not I believe in time doesn't really matter. Like, it doesn't affect my life.
Time doesn't affect your life.
Whether or not I believe in time doesn't affect my life. Whether time exists or not doesn't affect my life. Like, if you want to be philosophical about it, like, oh, technically time doesn't exist. Technically, it's all just, every moment is just exists.
The earth spinning doesn't affect your life.
The earth spinning is like physically, you can physically measure that the earth is spinning. But what you're talking about is the philosophical belief in the concept of time, and whether time is something that exists in the universe or whether time is something that we've invented.
I'm not talking about that though.
What are you talking about?
You prescribe that, like,
yes,
like
the
our
earth
conception
spinning
of time is based on the earth spinning, right?
Yes, the earth spinning does affect my life.
Time affects you, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that same way is how astrology actually affects your life.
No,
just
it doesn't. No, it's not the same thing.
Yeah, yes.
No, it's not. That's like saying...
No, because...
No, that's like saying...
You're using the whitewash conception, commodified conception of what astrology is, because the only thing you know about...
what you're describing is astronomy. You're saying astronomy and astrology are the same thing, but astrology is the white version.
They are they are not the same thing.
Well, like, I believe in astronomy because that's science. I don't believe in astrology, whether it's white astrology or non-white astrology.
Oh my god.
Thank you.
Right, like the earth spinning and like gravity existing, that's astronomy. That's physics.
Do you know how science is white?
Yeah, sure.
Oh god.
Thanks.
But like saying that like, oh, astrology is real because the earth spinning affects your life, that's like saying when you go to a hospital you need a certain kind of blood for a blood transfusion, and that means that the belief that your blood type like affects your luck and your personality like is real because blood type exists. Like, yeah, blood type exists, that doesn't mean that you can ascribe things to it. And Mars being in retrograde is a thing, but that doesn't mean that I can have luck on Tuesday because I was born when Mars was in retrograde.
This is how you are just ascribing your perception of astrology. Like, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, because
that's how it's being commodified.
Yeah, sure, but I asked you about how Mars being in retrograde, for example, affects people in real life, and you said you didn't know, so I don't have anything else to go off of.
I don't know enough to explain to you.
Yeah, so how am I supposed to know what's white astrology and what's non-white astrology? Because you're not telling me, so how am I supposed to know?
But are you saying that like
to keep like going in different tangents to try to explain?
Well, are you saying that Mars, for an example, being in that whatever
retrograde
has any effect on like people's personality, or it has any effect on like, you know, what the events that's going to occur during that day, or what exactly is the effect of these things? What we're asking.
It's not that. How do I explain this? Like,
thanks.
Historically, for example, every time there's been a big kind of protest on Earth, there has been a particular movement of a certain planet. And it happened like in the French Revolution, it happened with BLM, it happened with the Russian Revolution, like
Yeah, but
and those are
like,
patterns that they are seen and they are measured because of
okay, but then you're going to have
economy.
to actually make that a significant thing. You're going to have to prove that every big protest like that this occurred, right? If it's just a
And it
few of them,
has
because
occurred.
those are not
Has
those
occurred.
are not the only ones, right? So if every time this is the case, then yeah, you got a case for it. But if it's just like you have a few big ones that's happened, that can be coincidence, right? Like coincidence doesn't correlate to like that being the cause of it, right? So and I
even
doubt
then, like, what's the
I'm
hypothesis for
literally just
how these
trying to
two
give
things would be
one
related?
example of
Like, the universe is infinitely big, and there are an infinite amount of stars in an infinite amount of positions. It's like, why
Yes.
would a certain amount of stars being in a certain position have any kind of effect on Earth? They're just stars. They're just big burning balls of gas.
yeah, they're literally like
What do stars have to do with
billions of light
protests?
years away from here.
Yeah, literally, like, even the light that we're seeing from stars isn't even what they look like right now. It's what they looked like, you know, years ago. Sometimes, you know, hundreds of years ago, thousands, even millions of years ago, depending on how far away they are, because light travels at a set speed.
Yeah, some of the stars don't even exist anymore that we see.
Yeah. Like, like, even if it was true, I just don't see what, you know, the positions of stars or planets could do to affect, like, protests or whatever.
But in the same way, right? Like, you know, yes, of course, like astrology will have to have been appropriated in some form from different cultures, right? It's completely different, right? But like, it's not. I don't have to believe in it, right? Or
It's
give
not
it
about
merit, right?
believing
There's
in
like
it
there's
again. It's
tons of
about
like,
how
for example, different religions around. I don't have to like see merit in all the religions, right? Because they exist and stuff like that, to not fall into this whiteness thing, right? Do you understand? Like, it doesn't matter where it's from.
I'm telling you that you're falling into whiteness because the only conception that you are having is science good, anything else bad.
Because science has
that is literally whiteness because it dismisses all the indigenous knowledge that exists.
Perfect parking.
What do you mean?
Like the problem is, like,
Luckily, Sunday's coming.
because, like, you're dismissing the, you know, indigenous knowledge of other places by saying that what they believe in is not correct, but what you believe in is indigenous knowledge.
I'm not saying that.
Well, you're saying that astrology is different from the significance of blood types in Japan, in Japanese culture, because what the Japanese believe is made up and what you believe is just true.
I didn't say that.
Well, you said they weren't the same.
Yeah, they weren't the same.
And you said that I was dismissing
didn't say
astrology
this-
by comparing it to Japanese, to blood types in Japanese culture.
Because you're making it seem that you're painting the Japanese culture as something whatever.
That's what.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, what is that sound?
So what am I painting?
Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if enough about any of these two things.
Like,
but I do
I'm
know.
like, I'm just saying from my perspective.
I know less about the Japanese blood stuff than astrology. So
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
not in a position to
But
like
from my
argue for
position where I'm
Jap-
sitting, like, especially someone who studies history, I know that there have been, you know, thousands, hundreds of thousands, like even arguably millions of cultures who've all had different kinds of beliefs like this about how the world works and what affects what, and whether it's, you know, angels or trolls or elves or astrology or blood type or the sun or any number of religions or faiths or indigenous knowledge, whatever you want to call it, like the only merit that I can find in them has to be one that's objective. And yes, even though science isn't perfect, that's the closest thing I have.
I need a ticket.
Because, like, for me, there's no way to determine which one of the millions of cultures and beliefs that have existed historically are correct and which ones are not. And, like, there are, like, astrology is something that exists today, right? There are still people who believe in astrology.
Which one is correct and which are not? And how do you even do that if you haven't even engaged with them in the first place?
I mean, because the burden of proof kind of has to be on the person making the claim. Right?
And I told you in the beginning that I still don't know enough to properly just, like, explain all of this.
Yeah, and if you can't explain it, then I can't believe it.
I'm not, and again, that's why I told you, I'm not telling you this for you to quote-unquote believe it, but to rather not just dismiss it and think that this is like some kind of weird thing.
I mean, I don't want to disrespect you, but like the reason that I've started, like, this argument have started was because
it's about disrespecting me. It's about disrespecting this knowledge.
Yeah, I don't want to disrespect anyone who believes anything, right? I don't want to disrespect people who believe in different religions just because I'm an atheist and I don't believe in any religion.
Again, oh my god.
Right, but like the reason, and I think it might have started because of misunderstanding, because I think I misunderstood you, because to me it sounded like you were putting astrology before any other you know, non-scientific beliefs, if that's the terminology I can use. But I think that was a misunderstanding, because I don't think you meant, I don't think that's what you meant. I think I misunderstood you.
Yeah, even though I told you that multiple times.
Well, to me, it just sounded like you were saying that astrology was just true, and that other things are not.
I didn't say that. And even if I said, I told you that
you said
exactly, that was the misunderstanding, right?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
yeah,
because like I said astrology was faith-based, and you said it wasn't. It was just something that was. And I took that as you saying astrology is not about faith, it's about that it's literally just true.
Because it's not, it's how, I don't know how to explain it. It's like, it's not just faith-based. Like,
yeah,
it has components of
like it's faith-based on natural phenomena. Just like a sun god is based on there being a sun. Like, you're basing a faith on something that does exist. The sun does exist, but you're building faith on top of that, right? That doesn't mean, faith doesn't mean you're wrong. It just means it's faith. It just means it's not based on science.
But that's the thing. I don't know how to explain that it's not faith, or if it is, because again, I still don't know enough, and that's why my point is for you not to dismiss it.
I'm dismissing it to the extent that I'm saying that it's faith, because faith means it's not science, and you're saying that it's not science, right? Because you're saying science is white.
That's why I'm telling you. Do you understand how science is white?
Yes, I understand the critical raise criticisms of science and scientific institutions. Yes.
Not of scientific institutions.
And of science, yes.
Okay.
You're coming to the party at the old sawmill, right? Sure thing.
But like a faith is something that you believe in without having scientific evidence for it. So astrology is a faith. It's not an organized religion, but it is something that you take on faith. Even if it's based on natural phenomena, it's still faith.
Sure, but the problem relies on you thinking that faith is inferior than science.
No, I'm saying faith is something that you believe in, and there's nothing wrong with having faith, but for me to start believing in something I don't already believe in, I need scientific evidence for it.
Tim's birthday party yesterday.
Like, I believe in things that I don't have scientific evidence for because they make sense to me. Like, faith isn't wrong, but I'm not gonna, you know, pick something up just because someone else believes in it. And I'm not dismissing astrology. I'm just saying it's not science.
Do you know the connotation?
After 5,000 episodes, Winter of Passion is still going strong.
Okay.
What? Sebs?
Yes.
Were you gonna say something?
I don't know what to say.
Like to me, because I don't have I don't have any kind of like cultural or any kind of background in astrology. So to me, astrology is just kind of has to be one of the many faith-based, you know, beliefs in the world, and I can't, like, I don't want to, like, I'm not trying to dismiss faith, but
I mean, you are talking like you are dismissing it because you're like, oh, this one of these things, you know?
well, because it is, right? Like, you can't, like, faith, like, there is no reason for me to believe that astrology is more legitimate than Hinduism. That doesn't mean that I don't, you know, that I want to dismiss people who believe in Hinduism. But they're both faith.
Yeah, but if you're going to talk about it in a very condescending manner, like,
I'm sorry if I was condescending.
It's
you know,
I didn't mean to be condescending or to disrespect anyone who believes in astrology, nor do I want to disrespect anyone who believes in any kind of religion that I'm not a follower of. People have the right to have faiths and beliefs, but I still believe that, like, you have to be aware that it's faith and not science. And you, I don't think anyone should be putting their own faith above anyone else's faith. I don't think Christians should think that Christianity is more legitimate as a faith than Islam is, for example.
Yeah. Like, the thing is, there still needs to be, like, a separation between faith and what is scientifically proven, right? Like, sure, a lot of people, like, if you look in the medical field, for an example, right? If you're gonna go treat your cancer, do you go and get Reiki, or do you go get, like, medical aid, right? Like, of course, some people will go get, like, Reiki, which is like an Eastern medicine thing, right? You know, but that is essentially faith-based healing, right? And it's separate from, like, scientific medical research, right?
That it is a binary of science or faith, and it is used, like, as a way to dismiss knowledge, you know?
But there are, you're assuming that there's not scientific research into things like astrology, right? Like, there hasn't been, like, this.
I am not.
Well, I mean, but there still has to be, like, a distinction, right? Because that's the
why?
You know, because you have people going around saying they're faith healer, ripping people off and stuff like that, right? Like, making claims like this, right? Like, the scientific method is very clearly defined. This is how we come to these conclusions, right? Faith, you know, you can apply it to that, but if you don't find conclusive like results from that thing, right, then essentially, if you're going to keep believing in it, it is faith, right? You believe that
If
this
you
is the
apply
way it
science,
does, but you can't like
but
scientifically
there is
prove that
like the
what
weird thing about
but that
like
doesn't
if
delegitimize anything except for when it like matters, like for medical research and stuff like that. You're allowed to believe in astrology and stuff like that. It's perfectly fine, right? Nobody is like that is your belief. Same as people believe in God or whatever. Like we want
that
religious
is
freedom.
why I'm
People,
having this problem with this binary of faith or science, you know,
but
because it doesn't truly encompass like this
well,
knowledge and
are
this
you
belief.
saying that just because any potential science from faith is undiscovered, we can't separate faith and science at all, right? But that's ridiculous.
No,
It's just essentially
I'm not saying that.
okay.
You are assuming what I'm saying.
No, I'm asking you.
I'm telling you that's why you're asking, because you assumed something and I told you no, and
No, but
then
I'm
you asked.
asking you because I want you to explain it.
Now I'm saying that I have a problem with this binary because it doesn't have a proper. It's as much as it can help with the medical stuff, it also makes it so that anything that is not science tends to be dismissed. Do you understand that?
Well, if it's
do you understand that? How, because it's not science.
Yeah, but I
people
don't
tend
see
to
that
see
as
it
a
as
bad thing,
considered thing.
right? Like, I'm not gonna go to a doctor who isn't scientific. If you do you understand, right?
Like I will say that there can come good science from faith and from belief, right?
Yeah.
But you can only find the science when you apply the scientific method. And yes, good science requires you to have an open mind and not to dismiss faith outright, especially when it comes to things like cultural practices by indigenous people, because they very often have reasons for doing the things that they do, like the way that they cultivate land and that kind of thing, because they've been doing it for thousands of years and they know what they're doing. And dismissing those practices just because, there's no scientific evidence for it, that is wrong, right? But there are scientific explanations for why what they are doing works. And if you have an open mind and you apply the scientific method, you can find out the scientific reasons for why what these people are doing works, right? But you can apply the scientific method to something like the universe was created by a giant frog, right? It's like, that doesn't mean it's not true, but like you can't prove it. And so until it's proven, you can't take it as a fact. People are still allowed to believe in it, but it's not like it. You have to recognize that it's faith.
Yeah, like for an example, let's take Reiki again. Reiki is like a lay of hands healing from the East, right? And it is used in the NHS, for an example, right? And what they found there, right? They can't prove that you're actually channeling life force through your third eye, through your fingers onto the body, right? But what they can prove is that the act of laying of hands on someone has like a positive effect on patients, right? Do you see what I mean? So they found like, oh, well, doing this treatment with like laying of hands, like body contact and stuff like that, has beneficial effects on humans, right? But you can't scientifically prove that that person is channeling life energy through their third eye into their hands. Do you understand what I mean, Sebs?
And in China, the Ministry of Health in China have a policy toward traditional medicine where, like, they won't dismiss traditional medicine as a category and say that all traditional medicine is bad, because they found a number of times that actually traditional treatments for certain things, I think malaria was one of them, were like, oh, in a specific region of China, there's a traditional practice of when someone has malaria, they use this herb. I don't remember the details of it. I just remember reading the news article about it. And they tested it, and it had a chemical component that could be used in treatments of malaria. And so they don't categorically dismiss traditional medicine, but they also don't categorically promote traditional medicine by just saying, oh, well, just do whatever the traditional medicine says works. They first have to actually see, is there any truth to this claim? Most of the time there isn't. Most of the time there is no, like in like blind studies, there is no noticeable effect on people who use the traditional medicine versus people who don't. But every now and again, you do find that actually there might have been a reason for this tradition. And this traditional medicine treatment did work. And then you can investigate, why did it work? And then you find, for example, oh, there's this chemical component to it. And then you can extract that and you can use that to make medicine. Like you, in pill form or whatever. And you can make better treatments or improve existing treatments for illnesses and disease. So traditions and culture and religion and faith can contribute to science, and some scientists do dismiss that, which I think is wrong. And part of doing good science is about having an open mind and accepting that knowledge can come from even unexpected places, which, you know, traditional medicine within science has for a long time been dismissed as just nonsense.
Exactly, because there's, as you said, there's a reason why people did like a certain things. I mean, like, for an example, like with Islam not eating pigs and stuff like that, there is like a real reason behind that. It's not just like a religious reason behind it. It was actually practical not to eat pork, right? Because it would contain diseases and so on, right? Like, so does that make more sense, Sebs? Like, nobody's like dismissing it, or like, but there is still a different, like, of what you can like scientifically find the reasons for, or something that you can't like touch, so to speak, right? Like the fact that like chi goes through your third eye, blah blah blah, right? Like you can't like scientifically quantify that,
I think
right?
the public transport.
Sebs?
Yes. Yes. Like, I've been repeating that is not the point that I'm trying to make, but sure.
Well, then, but I don't know.
I've literally repeated what is the point that I'm trying to make, and you both keep changing the conversation and prescribing whatever you are, whatever.
No, but I was just, I'm trying to understand your point.
I'm done.
Well, I mean, that's our fault.
I've been having to deal with.
Like, I mean, that's our fault, right? Because it's us who are not understanding what it is that you're saying. We're not intentionally trying to ignore what you're saying. I just think we are not understanding it. We're not being malicious.
I know that you are not being malicious. And that is why I bring up the whiteness.
I'm being super malicious. I'm doing this on purpose. I'm joking.
I know you are not being malicious, but that is how whiteness works. You know, like people being chauvinistic and dismissing other people without them even noticing or being conscious of that.
It's
and it gets to a point where people get tired of that. And to be fair to you both, this is something that I have been dealing with the past full week. So I'm kind of tired myself. So, I don't have enough spoons right now to have to deal with this. And that's why I'm like, I'm done.
Alright.
Okay. I mean, we're not saying...
I know...
We're not trying to dismiss you.
Yes, I know. As much as you are not trying to do that, it feels like it still.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to...
I know, sure. I know.
Like, because to me,
I know.
To me, it sounded like you were dismissing other beliefs other than astrology, and you were separating astrology as this thing.
And again, for the third time, I'm telling you that was not my purpose. I told you that I said that because I just don't know enough about the Japanese blood stuff, and that's why I decided to just go with astrology. And I was even using astrology just as an example of how further indigenous knowledge is always dismissed, and it's especially hard to say this about astrology because of how it has been co-opted by like the mainstream understanding and fucking horoscopes.
I understand. I understand that, and indigenous knowledge has been dismissed. Historically and categorically, and that is wrong. That is wrong. I agree with you.
And that's why then I was talking about how this binary of science or not science or faith, and this doesn't allow for a space where something that hasn't yet been proven be allowed to be proven.
Well,
and that is how
there is a hypothesis, right?
Yeah,
like in science we talk about hypothesis, and right. So there are scientific theories that are hypotheses. And
this even goes to the understanding of why the seed has to be science to be taken seriously. Even like I understand the medical side, but this knowledge isn't medical. So why does this even have to be inserted in either of these categories?
I don't think astrology should be dismissed as not serious or not like that it shouldn't be respected. That's not. I don't think that's what it should be about. I'm just trying to figure out how to word what I'm thinking. It's not that one of them is worth more than another. It's just that they are different. But it shouldn't be that one of them is disrespected and another one is not.
But we live in this society where one of them is dismissed and the other not, and that is the mainstream understanding of how these things work.
Yeah.
And perpetuating this without properly addressing this stuff and this understanding is like can perpetuate racism,
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was having such a problem with how like you were wording stuff basically, and how you like kept doubling down and tripling down and so
that's my fault. I think I just get frustrated when I feel that I'm not being understood, which is just that's just my own personality.
Yeah.
And also, Sebs, I mean, we know better, okay? I'm joking. I'm
Oh my
joking. I'm messing with you.
No, I mean, the whole thing just started because of a misunderstanding, which was my fault.
Yeah, it's your fault, sure. Now you have to pay me. Like,
Yeah, how
dare
much? How much money? How much do you want in reparations?
Yeah.
$1 million would be fine. $1 million. Yes,
Okay,
thank you.
I'll start the fundraiser. Twitch chat can subscribe, and then once I have $1 million, I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
Oh.
I can promise you this, Seb. As soon as I have $1 million, it will all go to you.
Yeah. Wait, Sebs, is there any interest on that?
Yeah, sure. Every day from now on, it adds to like $1 probably. I'm going to be very benevolent because
Okay.
I know it won't take that much time.
Clip it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's legally binding as soon as it's clipped and on the internet forever.
Yeah. As soon as I've made $1 million from Twitch subscribers, I'll send it to Sebs. Don't worry about it. That's no problem.
And this is how the steps, the Shure drama started. My Azure exposed video will be coming out next week, everyone.
God, such a drama.
Azure is racist.
Yeah.
Or even worse, Azure is white. Wow.
Well, that
I
is
feel like
true.
that's kind of worse.
I mean, you
Yeah.
tell me that pretty much daily.
I tell that to everyone daily.
Oh no, who's driving the bus? Okay. Thank God.
We're not driving a bus anymore. Azure is just hiding in the corner of the news studio.
That was like a presidential debate stage because we were, being debate bros.
Yeah.
Oh no, like in this fucking debates, like people don't even care. They will just continue doubling down and I would be like more shitty. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're just correct, and
Oh my
so.
god.
To be
I
fair.
mean, Sebs, you know the Discord's main rule, right? Like,
yeah, Grom is
Grom
right.
is always right.
yeah.
Everyone's
You can't really argue with that, Sebs. To be honest.
I mean, it's a law, right? It's a rule.
It's a law and all, but also sometimes I'm more right than him. So
Not according to the law, you're not.
Yeah.
yeah, but also laws are just social constructs.
I mean, it was Kronos that did the STEM subject. I mean, isn't it true that it is like a physics law that Grom is always right or something? I'm pretty sure it's in there somewhere in the books.
In the
I'm pretty
physics
sure
books.
Marx
Yeah,
also
the
said it.
books of the physics.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Marx also said it in Capital, like chapter volume 4, I think.
Mm-hmm.
There's volume
Yeah,
4, right?
it's an Easter egg in Das Capital.
Yeah,
Yeah, see, Kronos backs it up. Look, that's what they're taught.
Don't you want to be left? Oh my god. Honestly, we should go up the word
The word
right
left.
and say like left. I'm left instead of right, you know.
I feel like people would just assume you mean left-handed.
Probably.
Who's left-handed? Are you a left-handed Azure?
No.
What about you, Sebs?
No, I'm not.
Me
I'm
neither.
trying to develop my every now and then my left hand skills, you know, but
I'm ambidextrous in certain things. Like, it doesn't matter which hand my fork is in when I eat. I can eat with either hand. And like I thought that was normal, but I found out there were some people that literally could not eat, like use the fork in the other hand.
I mean, I can.
No, like I do it like it's so natural to me that it's like I don't even notice either way, right? I don't even have like it just comes natural like that.
Yeah.
I hate the feeling that when I use my left hand, it feels like, I don't know, drunk. But when I use my right hand, I have like full control. And I feel like I'm kind of discriminating against my left hand, but it's not like my fault. I just can't use you, lefty, you know?
Your left hand feels very sad.
And then like I know in Sweden back in the day, like left-handed people were like forced into using their right hand. Yeah, slavery. Their left hand was
very
cut
dark
off for good
period
luck.
in our history.
Yeah, their left hand was cut off as a good luck token.
Oh, yeah.
Worn around a person's neck.
It was like, I mean, in Christianity also, Catholicism, it was like left-handed people were of the devil, right? Because isn't that's where the word sinister comes from? Because in Latin, sinister comes from the Latin word for left. Like left-handed people were of the devil.
Maybe they just misunderstood God's words, and God was like, leftists are sinister, like they're the devil. I was like, okay, left-handed people. No, it's not what I meant.
Not to be a history nerd, but the concept of left wing and right wing didn't exist until the French Revolution.
Well, God is omnipotent, right?
That's true.
He would already know, so
that's true.
He would just be like, just wait 2,000 years, you'll see.
Yeah.
You'll see what I mean.
Okay. That's not a very efficient route.
Grom is actually right always, so.
Grom is right wing always.
Yeah. I'm like trying my darndest to be left wing, but it always just ends up right wing.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I feel bad for you, son. I have 99 problems, but being left wing ain't one.
To be honest, it's one of my biggest problems, right? Like, it's what causes me the most grief is being left wing.
Yeah.
So didn't your family scoff at you whenever you say like you're a communist or something?
Not me.
Yeah, like, well, my family doesn't really take me serious, so yeah, they're quite condescending. But that's not like, I mean, it's being a leftist comes with like, or being into politics to imagine, right? It's just very frustrating, right? Like, especially like the whole Cuba thing that happened, right? Like that is very like taxing because it is frustrating having to interact with other people around the subject, right? Like it's, you know, when anything you care significantly about, right? Like it's gonna be taxing, right?
Yeah.
If there's omnipotence, would time even work for them? Could they know what time they are in? I mean, you know everything on such detail, you can get lost. Is it the French Revolution or like? I mean, I don't think like humans can grasp the concept of omnipotence.
Okay, here's one thing. And Sebs, I forget. Are you religious? Are you Catholic?
No.
Okay. Can you pretend to be?
Okay.
Oh wait, you've gotten pretty quiet.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I was like away from my mic.
So, in like, for like conservative Christians, right? the only thing that determines if you're a man or a woman is like what you were assigned at birth, right? Or like what genitalia you have. Right? Like men have the PP and women have the VV. That's what conservative Christians say. Yeah. Right?
Oh, God.
And in the Bible, God is always described as a man.
Yes.
Does that mean God has a dick? And if so, how big is it?
Probably a lot. But I feel like he's taken as him. Like it's taken as a him because he's male presenting, not because it is known that he has a dick. But I would probably assume so, and that if he has one, it's pretty fucking big.
Wait. Also, is God circumcised?
That's true, because circumcision is like you do it to show your dedication to God, but God doesn't have to do that because he is God.
Not. Yeah. Like.
So then
but
God
I mean,
is not
how did he ever convince anyone if he's like, okay, I'll do it first just to show you?
No, like, because it's like, I'm a superior being. You have to
do what I
have
say.
less than
Yeah.
me, you know? So, like.
That makes sense.
Also, I'm in a country where, like.
Yeah.
I
know, Wing, but like we were specifically talking about like Christianity.
Yeah, like Republicans mostly.
Yeah.
Also, isn't circumcision a Jew thing?
Not in America.
No, the circumcision started as like a anti-sex movement, right? Like it was supposed to stop people from masturbation, so it became like big because of Kellogg's.
Yeah,
It became
fucking
big.
Kellogg's. Stupid cereal.
Yeah.
Damn. Well, Azure coming from Kellogg's.
Yeah, Kellogg's like was in the belief, right? Like that things that you ate affected like things like sexual desire and stuff, and he was very much in favor of suppressing those things, right? Like, so you shouldn't eat spicy food because that would make you very, what's it called, virile, right? So cornflakes was perfect to keep desire to a manageable level, right? And
why is the Argentina bus green?
I don't know.
All the other skins are based on the flag colors, but Argentina is green instead of blue.
Maybe it's based off of like their city buses or something.
Because if you combine a light blue and yellow, it gives you green.
Yeah, but Argentina's flag, isn't it white
Yeah,
and
blue
blue?
and white.
White, light blue, and the sun that is yellow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it just like smooshed their flag together, and there you go. Here's this yellowish, greenish vomit color. You're welcome.
All the other ones are fine. Well, I think this is Australia. Yeah, that one looks terrible. Oh.
I mean, I don't think like Fruit Loops and like Cocoa Puffs and stuff was around when Kellogg's made cornflakes, to be honest.
Yeah.
When we talk about how Azure is not.
Wait, is Macedonian flag there?
I don't know. I don't think so.
First, Azure came from BP, and now he's coming from for Kellogg's. Like.
Yeah, but like personally, I like cornflakes. Like, cause I don't. If I get cereal, I usually don't get like the candy flavored stuff. Cause I like cornflakes in buttermilk and like sugar and cinnamon. Right? Like that tastes good to me.
Buttermilk?
Yeah.
Damn.
It's It tastes really good, or it's just some jam with it. It's nice having this neutral crunch in it. I don't
I'm not
particularly
saying
like the
it
super
doesn't taste
sweetened stuff.
good, but I have never heard that being a thing in the first place.
What? What do you mean?
Buttermilk with cereal.
Buttermilk
Or
is basically sour milk. It's like bacteria cultured milk. It's like
yeah, I
it's
know.
thick.
I,
Yeah.
I I have made buttermilk growing
Yeah,
up.
it is. It's quite popular in Sweden. Like it's like a home remedy
Oh,
for like bad stomach and stuff like that, and it's used in with cereal or just on its own.
Hmm.
People eat
oh, I
it in
didn't
a
know it
bowl
was
on its own.
popular in Sweden. Now it makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, no, just because Cocoa Puffs exist doesn't mean that cornflakes is garbage. I think it tastes
I
good still.
mean, I mean,
Yeah. Swedish traditional medicine like Espertox is scientifically proven now.
Yes,
It's like the most stupid thing ever. Like it's like this this flower will it will cure the common cold, and you take it and nothing happens, and there's just no
no,
proof
but the
whatsoever.
buttermilk stuff is real because it is actually beneficial bacteria cultures in buttermilk for your stomach.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Oh my
Whatever you say.
Yeah, get out of here with your faith in buttermilk.
Yeah. I don't believe in any of it.
Yeah.
I don't believe anything cures anything. I think being sick is the natural state of humanity.
Yeah.
in this economy, honestly, yes.
Yeah,
I mean, if I lived in America, like I would probably just completely abandon like any like hospitals or anything like that because I just wouldn't afford it. I would just I would be like one of those Facebook moms that's like, oh, this is organic yogurt.
Yeah.
If you put it on a wound, it will heal you. Or it's just
Here's this water with diluted mercury in it. It's really good for you.
Yeah.
It'll keep the doctor away.
Yeah. Or like all those like MLMs, multi-level marketing things.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this juice cleanser thing that's like 100% a scam run by like a pyramid scheme person who's like a bajillionaire.
Yeah.
It's gonna cure all your problems.
There was there was
So what did you say, Snake? Subs?
Did you just call me Destiny? Wow.
No, I think I almost accidentally said snake.
Just drink this snake juice, will cure you right away.
Oh, like I this is the dark past of Sebs. Like I was once in an MLM and I used to sell like those kinds of juices that came into like powder and stuff. So yeah, and one of them was like super detox stuff, and that shit worked. Okay, but at the same time,
What? Yeah,
MLM.
it worked at making you shit, but that doesn't mean you get a detox.
That's true. I mean, it does get rid of all the toxins in your body and also everything else in your body.
But there was on YouTube, there was this one lady that was selling jars of like some cleanse, and she had like literally killed 3 people with it because it was like it was like tainted water essentially. It was like rusty water like she was giving people. It was, but she still stayed like on the YouTube page. Like she has a YouTube channel talking about it. Is it the fermented cabbage lady? I don't know. It was an Asian American lady. I remember. But yeah, it was awful.
On Tumblr it was Facebook. On like one of these like Wiccan like neo-pagan things, like it was like a witches collective or something, and people were like talking about like spells and that kind of stuff. There was one person that was like really like really controversial in those circles, and it became like a big thing on Tumblr. She would go to graveyards, and she wouldn't dig up any graves, but when there were like floodings or heavy rain, some of the graves would like
you would take advantage of that.
Yeah, she would take home like bones and use them in like dark magic rituals and stuff. And people were pretty mad at her for doing that. And
to be honest,
she was saying that no, it's actually African magic, and then it turned out she was like extremely white and had nothing to do with whatever she was claiming she was following or believing in. And also she was like stealing people's bones, which is pretty weird and kind of fucked up to the families of that person.
Like, to be honest, if someone did that with my corpse, I'd be fine with it. Like,
yeah, I don't really care personally, but you know,
yeah.
some people would.
You would also be dead, so.
Yeah, but exactly. Like for me personally, like.
But it still affects the family.
Yeah, of course, right? Like it's like, you know, for me, when I pass away, it's like whatever happens next is for the people who cared for me, right? Like it has nothing to do with me. So if they just literally want to dump me in a garbage can, go for it, right? Like I'm dead.
Yeah.
Whatever
That's
helps.
What makes people happy.
Well, you know, like I don't want people to like, you know, if they want to have a funeral for me and pay money for it like as long as they realize it's for them, right? It's not for me. I'm dead, right?
Yeah.
Like you do what you want. If you don't want to pay for a burial and just turn me into like mulch to fertilize a garden or something, go for it, right? Like I don't care. I'm dead.
Yeah, I've signed up to donate my body and my organs to science and medicine.
Really? We should.
Yeah. Like they make you like go through a checklist. It's like, are you okay with if we use your spleen for this? And are you okay if we do blah blah blah? And I basically just went through the whole thing. Like, just fuck me up, fam. Just do whatever you want.
Is it okay that we use your spleen to make like a smoothie?
Oh my god!
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, sure, go for it. Whatever floats your boat.
Like, is it okay if we strap your body to a chair and blow it up with explosives, mostly for fun, but technically for science? Yeah, sure, whatever.
Can we put you in a cartoonish like circus cannon and fire you straight into a brick wall? Yeah. Go for it.
Who's listening to loud music back there? Stop that. You're gonna make me veer off the road. Stop it.
It's just banging. It's like I can't hear the sound of the game, but like what
Stop.
is the
Can I see your ticket? Alright, fine. I can't kick her off. I just fucking pulled the handbrake in the middle of the road to go up to her like, hey, you listening to music? Stop it.
Hey, music's
fucking...
not...
Did I?
You broke the vehicle, didn't you? Or is the parking brake on?
No.
Did it turn on? Did you stall the engine? What did you do? Oh, I feel silly now.
Okay, there we go. There we go.
Oh my god.
Yeah, me neither.
I just pulled the handbrake in the like while driving, so that I could get out of my chair, walk up to her, and be like, "Hey, shut the fuck up."
Oh my god.
Back the headset off her head. No.
Season 15, Winter of Passion.
Music is outlawed in this society.
About what is happening now.
Yeah.
And that's a bit over the line there. And that's a car right there.
Yeah, I know there's a car. At my funeral, I hope someone strings me up and uses me like a puppet. That's Just to freak people out. I mean,
Like
sure.
have like an open coffin, and there's like a fishing line attached to like one of the hands. So in the middle of the sermon, the hand just flies up and lays on the side of the coffin. Everybody's like, ah!
Yeah. You could record like a tape recorder and put it in the coffin.
Wow.
And you're like, hey, let me out. I'm not dead yet. That would be
I
pretty
think
fun.
someone did that, actually. There was a YouTube video of someone that had done that.
Oh my god, really?
When they were lowering the coffin, like, it was in his will and testament, he had recorded, like, a messages, like, let me out of here.
Oh my
Thank you.
Everybody started laughing. Like, oh, such a jokester. He's not alive in there, we think. Keep lowering him down.
How often do you want to see it?
But there are actual cases of like people who were like taken for death, and like in the coffin they would like wake up.
Yeah, I mean, like the pronouncing someone dead. There's multiple things you have to do today in like modern day to confirm that they're dead. But back in the day, they didn't have all those measures, so sometimes people literally just woke up in coffins, and that's kind of where like I think the whole vampire thing came from, right? And they also installed bells on their in the coffins,
tied to like their toes. With a rope or a string.
So if they woke up, they could like ring the bell and someone would come and save them.
Yeah.
So it was quite common.
I understood that they would play bells so that if someone speaks from the coffin, like they wouldn't hear them.
Bells? No. No. Like people when they get buried, they could say, "Oh, I want a bell attached to this whole shindig," right? And then, like, if for some reason they get buried and they're still alive, they can go, "Pling-a-ling-a-ling, I'm still alive down here."
Yeah. Where's the stop? Where's the actual stop? Oh, it's that. Okay, I see.
Yeah, I like The Office, the Shroot.
Luckily, Sunday's coming.
That's one way of doing it. It's probably the worst way of making sure, right? But like today, it's like people are not mistaken to be dead when they're not very often. It has happened. I think it was recently in China or something. A woman came back to life, or she wasn't really dead.
There was a guy in Romania who he like fled because like he didn't want to be with his wife anymore, so he just like ran away from home, and he lived in Turkey for like I don't know how long, a long time, and then he found out that he had been declared dead in Romania, and so he went back to Romania and he went to a court to say like, hey, this is wrong, I'm not actually dead, and the court said, well, the paperwork, like for like procedural reasons, we can't overturn a death certificate, so actually you are legally dead.
I think I seen something about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that is like, is there anything more pathetic than running away from your wife, right? Like, just like and pretending you're dead, right? Like it's kind of like, why didn't you
he didn't pretend he was dead, he just ran away from home.
Oh yeah, but just run away from home. Why not just get a divorce, right? Like,
maybe the divorce laws in Romania weren't very liberal.
Perfect parking.
For a man to leave their wife, I mean, come on.
Mm.
The other way around, I see the issue, right? But like, men are usually been pretty able to just leave their wives whenever they feel like it.
I have no idea how divorce law works in Romania now or whenever that guy ran away from home.
Yeah.
But yeah, he went missing officially. He was missing, and then he was just declared dead after a while. And then he was like, actually, I'm not. I'm right here. And then the court said, no, you're dead. Sorry.
Yeah, wasn't it something like he tried to get jobs in Turkey, and they were just like, no, you're dead.
Yeah. Like, I mean, they just assumed that he had like stolen identity.
Yeah.
and so he couldn't do anything. Because like it was worse than like not being a citizen. Because like even as a non-citizen, you still have an identity. He just wasn't a person. Like, he just wasn't anyone. He was just automatically assumed to be a criminal who'd stolen an identity.
Need some dead rights. Dead people are literally third-class citizens.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, thank God I managed to catch the bus. Wait, is this even the right bus?
Oh, what's that? Be a tourist in our town.
In your own town.
Oh, okay.
Take the bus.
That's pretty unnecessary in like a town that's like they're already in, right? And it's just asking them in the town to be a tourist.
I mean, they're advertisements for taking the bus, which is like, I don't know if you really need to advertise that.
I mean, yeah, they do, right? Like when they, especially when they have like something for like, I don't know, summer ticket, right? Like or something like that.
Mm. I've never seen an advertisement for a bus.
They advertise like the ticket or like the promotion, not like the use of the bus itself.
If you're dead, then you don't have to pay taxes, surely, or follow the law.
I don't think that's true.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you are not really able to pay taxes anyway.
No,
I mean, if you don't even have a job.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you can't have a job, you can't even pay taxes because you don't even have money.
Yeah, that's true. But you will still get arrested if you like steal something.
Yes. Yeah.
They'll just like also charge you with stolen identity or something.
Again, taking the bus is just so much fun.
Taking the bus is just so much fun. Yeah. Again, no one says these things. Especially not like while on the bus and just talking out loud to themselves like, wow, I sure love taking the bus. It's so much fun.
Yeah.
As we are stopped at a red light.
Like when I'm on a bus, I'm like thinking about the destination, right? Like I'm not like, I guess that's on me for not living in the moment, right? But the bus is just like a means to an end, right? Like,
should appreciate life more, Grom.
Yeah, exactly. Just exist in the now and just outburst in the middle of the night. Like, wow, this is so much fun.
There are some times that I like try to appreciate life in the bus and then I forgot my stop and go past it, so yeah, maybe don't appreciate life too much when you're in the bus.
Have you ever done that, Sebs, where you're on the bus by yourself and you just say out loud like, wow, taking the bus is so much fun. I love taking the bus.
No, people would look at me weird.
No, this game is telling me that's a completely normal way to behave.
Why was that bus like flashing its lights at you?
I think it's just him saying, what's up? It's bus language.
But in Sweden, they just wave at each other. They're not allowed to turn their high beams off and blind their colleague, right?
It's just bus culture. You know, it's just how we do things.
That guy was like gunning for your route, so he's like, if I blind him, maybe he'll drive off the road and I can have his route.
Yeah. Exactly.
Like, you laugh because you think that doesn't happen in Peru, that fucking happens.
Like, turf war by bus drivers. It's like, this is my route.
They will literally race, like, and all the passengers are like, we are all going to die.
Thanks. A ticket, please. What? You're not in on. Thank you.
I don't know what like simulation game, like there was, I mean, I like the farming simulator, but there's like one where you're like
old sawmill this Friday?
No.
an Alaskan fisherman. I think that'd be pretty fun.
Oh my god.
There are fishing simulation
I feel like this is going to be a weird
Yeah, but
question.
it's like actually like, you know, with the fishing boat and like finding the fish and putting out Like,
what were you gonna say, Subs?
Have you played Goat Simulator?
No, but people have told me to play it. Like I've seen videos of it, and I mean the whole thing is just like, oh, it's funny because it's so random.
Yeah, and it's essentially just like a physics sandbox thing, right?
Yeah. Like, oh, it's a go and you run around and you can bump into people. It's not fun.
Yeah, but also you are literally a goat. So.
It would be more fun to have like a literal goat simulator where you're just like eating grass.
Yeah.
Just like walking around and being chill. I'd rather play that.
I played the Isle one, which is like a dinosaur simulator thing, right? Like all you essentially do is look for food and water, right, and hunt other or herbivore, and you grow up and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I like it. The gameplay is a little bit like there's much to it, right? Because it's literally just that. But I like it, and there's a few, like, I think there is a game coming out where it is like an open sandbox with like animals, right? And then there is, I don't know if you've heard of the Ancestors, the game. It's like you play as like primates, the primates that will later evolve into Homo sapiens, right? And you start out as like tree climbers, and then you like as your generations go along, you fast forward billions of years, you evolved into like the next stage, and eventually you're like out in plains hunting that way, and you progressively learn by doing things how to use tools and stuff like that. It's a pretty cool game. Really beautifully looking as well.
I don't know. I think I'm just gonna play games where you drive a bus from now on.
Just very bus specific content.
Yeah, this Twitch channel is just gonna be me playing and reviewing all the different bus simulator games.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Are you gonna get one of those like steering wheel controllers as well?
Oh yeah, one of
like
the
like full simulator setup, right?
Yeah, like the 3 monitors.
Oh, that's what he meant.
And then yeah, like the steering wheels and the gas pedals and the gear shift. And at the like by the end, I've just like built an entirely like an entire bus, but it's not a real bus. It's just to sit in and to play a simulator.
Wait, there are actually mods for the bus simulator.
Yeah, I think there are.
I'm telling you, there are. I'm literally looking at them.
Yeah, I saw in the menu there's a mod thing. I haven't looked at any of them. Are there any good ones?
There's like a car mod, and there are European buses mod, which I don't know why. I'm pretty sure there already are European buses, aren't they?
I have no idea. Like right, like the steering wheel on the right side? No, I don't know. Maybe it's like more flag skins.
Wait, you have Bus Simulator 18, right?
Yeah.
Because there's a game called Bus Simulator Indonesia, and I'm like,
There's a lot of them. Like the simulator thing is like people make like in a half hour, right? Like, slam out
a lot of it is just like reused assets. Like you buy like pre-made assets on like the Unity store or whatever, and then you just sell it and you make a profit.
Yeah.
It's called asset flipping, and it's why there are so many games on Steam. It's just a lot of them are really bad.
Yeah.
I think I planned this route badly because I'm just going around in a circle right now. I think I made a mistake somewhere.
You just like did tons of circles.
Yeah, I think the stops are like out of order. They're in the wrong order. Because literally right now I'm just going in a circle.
There's literally a modding kit for the game.
Oh yeah. I'll be right back. I need a sandwich. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay.
I love that Grom says, I need a sandwich. Like, he doesn't need food. He needs specifically a sandwich.
Oh. He doesn't know how to make anything else.
Damn! Coming for Grom.
Yeah. I mean, he's like Ben in that way.
Damn.
Only knows how to make bagel bites. Okay, I'm actually just going around in a circle now. I don't know what's going on. I definitely did something wrong with this route.
You should become a bus driver in GTA 5.
Can you
I don't know
that?
if it's possible, but you should do that.
You can drive a taxi in GTA 5. I know that.
You will literally get I feel like you would get like just more viewers because you would be in GTA 5 instead of Bus Simulator 18.
Yeah, maybe. I don't think you can pick up passengers in a bus, but you can in a taxi. Maybe I'll do a taxi stream where I play.
Well, rebranding.
Yeah.
Now you're not going to be a bus
Yeah.
driver.
I mean, a
but
taxi is just like a small bus for one person. And a train is really just like a bus on rails.
Thank you.
And a plane is just a bus that flies.
Yeah. And a boat is a bus on water. If you think about it, everything is a boat or a bus. Which are the same thing.
Boats and buses are the same thing.
Yes. Everything.
I mean, you are not wrong.
Everything is a bus, really. Humans are just buses that have legs.
Organs and carry organs instead of people. Yeah.
Yeah, and like billions, quadrillions of bacteria.
Yeah.
There are passengers.
I feel like you should write a book on it and call it the bus theory.
It's not that much of a theory. It's mostly just me saying everything's a bus if you think about it. And then not elaborating any further.
I don't know, I feel like there's someone out there who will take this idea and make a whole book about it and go into like some deep rabbit holes and...
I'm sure there's something like that out there.
Yeah.
Like maybe not a bus, but like, I don't know. Water. Everything is water if you think about it.
Wait, there are actually 18 bus simulators?
No. No, it's just a year. It's just called 18. I don't know what the first one was, but I think there are like 3 or 4 of this series. There are a bunch of other ones too, though. Like OMC, I think is one of them. It's OMC 1 and OMC 2. Is this one bus? Is this one bus a day? How many buses do you have? Right now I have 4. I need to get 5. But I need to redo this route because I fucked it up somewhere. This game is published by the same people who published Police Simulator. Yeah, I can believe that. I mean, what game publishers do most of the time is they just buy the rights to a game that someone else has made and they publish it. And then they take some of the profit. Like, game publishers aren't usually the same as the game developers.
I wonder how many games do you have to like pirate for it to become actually profitable?
What do you mean profitable?
Or like
for them to notice?
Or like no, like not pirate, but like how many like base games do these like companies or people like buy or like and create like other versions of it to actually like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean like do you mean like bootlegging, or do you mean just like when big corporations like EA just like buy up smaller studios and stuff?
No, like bootlegging, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that basically happens with every game that's popular. Like if you just go on Steam and you sort by like new releases, you can just find a million copycats of it. Like I mean Fortnite was really just like a copy of I think, what was it?
Minecraft.
No. H1Z1, which was like a Fortnite but zombies. And then before H1Z1 there was something else, some other kind of battle royale simulator.
And isn't Fortnite just the Hunger Games?
Yeah, and Hunger Games stole their concept from a Japanese movie called Battle Royale.
Oh, that's what you...
Everything is a copy of
Oh
everything.
yeah.
PUBG.
Oh, and that is why it's called Battle Royale.
Yeah, it's all from, comes from that, the original Japanese. I think it was a movie. It was either a movie or a TV show. But I think it was a movie. I never saw it. But yeah, like if you just look up Battle Royale on Steam, there's like a million really shitty games that are all trying to be like Fortnite, or well, they're all trying to get, you know, have people buy them so they can make a little bit of money based on the popularity of Fortnite.
Yeah, it's like what was that game called of the duck? Flappy Bird?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So many copies of that. And like especially on like the App Store and stuff, you can still find today like a million games that are called like Craft Mine, Block Craft, Block Mine, Mine Block. Like any combination of those stuff. It's like,
you know what,
cube crafting world.
As a poor person who had an ick for having to play Minecraft,
yeah,
those knockoff games were like my salvation for my addiction. Okay.
Yeah, I played a lot of like retro games, like games that like my dad had when I was a kid, like old I don't even know, shoot 'em ups and like Doom and, you know, those older computer games.
Pac-Man.
Yeah, exactly. Although that was an arcade game. Okay. I'm gonna be right back. Do you want to stay on stream or should I mute you? I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
I will say very controversial things while keeping your chat entertained, so
okay, that's great. I'll be back soon.
Okay, chat, how are you doing? Now I have all the power now. You should all ban everyone. Oh my god. I can actually ban everyone if I want to. I think it was a manga, then an anime series. I both read it and watched it so long ago now. Damn. Punisher. I cannot Punisher. Can I? Sure.
Hello.
I don't even want to try it. I'm scared. Hi, From. Welcome.
What are you gonna try?
People are telling me to ban Azure from their own chat.
You can't.
Have you tried banning Ben?
Yeah. You can't ban them.
Oh yeah, be sure to check out Azure's website, socialism101.com.
Wing, there is a game called Echo, which is like a Minecraft game, but there is like you will eventually like build up to building like factories and stuff like that, but your actions have effects on the climate, and there is an ecosystem, and you can actually cause extinctions of animals and stuff like that. So yeah.
Ooh, Grom, how has your family scoffed at you when you say that you are a communist?
No, I mean, not. They just, I mean, my dad specifically just thinks he knows better.
Yeah, but you have daddy issues. That's not fun. You've mentioned once your grandma, I think, who tells
What?
you like, I feel like once you mentioned your grandma, that was like, are you still a communist or something like that?
Oh, no, she's just joking.
Oh, okay. Oh my god, Wayne, I won't ban you. Also, I feel like that's kind of weird. Like, hey, I'm all about cooming, but also this is not my chat, so please keep your coomer comments at a minimum. Thank you.
Yep. It's really windy today.
Really?
Yeah.
Isn't it summer?
Yeah, but there's still wind in summer.
Is there?
Yeah.
Kind of weird.
PragerU. Yeah, that is indeed a very good source on anything socialism.
My god. Oh god, they actually have a website. Does the Global Institute have a website?
I'd assume they do, yeah.
They don't.
What do you mean?
It goes to Eugene Cycling Action. Unless it's it's .org.
Yeah.
They don't have they don't have .com.
No.
Powered by you. They actually have cool merch.
Pentagon Papers. Is that Richard Wolf?
Cool. Ooh, the new video? No, that's not Richard Wolf.
I don't know. It's
They have
very
cool bandanas.
cannabis-oriented merch.
Holy fuck. The sticker pack is $10?
Yeah.
They have a union glass for $30.
Yeah, merch are quite expensive.
I mean, yeah, they're producing them in the US, you know.
Oh, really? You sure about that?
Well, I'm not, but I would assume so.
Well, don't make
Okay,
assumptions.
maybe not actually, because like I remember the AOC merch being more expensive, and like when people were like uh throwing shit at her, she was like, "Well, it's expensive because I'm producing it in the US."
Yeah.
And people were like, "Lol." Publications.
So, what's everyone done this weekend? Chat.
I finally finished watching the Luna Oi video.
You broke your PC. Why did you do that?
And to understand poverty, oh my god, Wayne.
Oh, okay. Oh. Yeah, it's pretty rough finding GPUs right now because of Elon Musk.
Has there ever been direct democracy somewhere?
I don't know enough about it.
Hello. I'm back.
Welcome back, Azure. Do you know if there has ever been direct democracy anywhere?
Depends on what you mean by direct democracy.
Like direct democracy of like direct democracy.
Yeah, but how inclusive, like how pure of a direct democracy does it have to be? Because you have in Athens, you had Athenian democracy, which is what we might call direct democracy, but the biggest issue there was that women and slaves couldn't vote or participate. But for the men, for the for the for the citizens who were male, they more or less had a direct democratic system. But today we might not call that democratic because not everyone was included.
Are there other examples?
No. Probably not many like written examples, but
okay.
A lot of indigenous communities operated on either direct democracy or consensus. And a lot of them in a fairly egalitarian way. I mean, you can really say that about all of humanity. Like during the Neolithic and Paleolithic eras, like in what Marx would call primitive communism, was more or less how humans operated, was through consensus and, generally for a group of people to do something, everyone had to agree. And if you want to call that a system of democracy or just like socializing or socialized decision making, then I mean that's just a argument about semantics. You've had some anarchist experiments in more recent times. You had like from the 18th century onward, you've had like utopian socialist like communes and anarchist communes, and these things that are like they exist on a very small scale, but they have.
What would be the
democracy.
difference between an anarchist and a communist commune?
Marxists. If by communist you mean Marxist, then Marxists don't tend to believe in building communes as like a strategy, because Marxists generally think like they want to strategize for changing the entire world, and they don't believe that that can happen through creating isolated communes. Whereas people like utopian socialists who have an idealist worldview think that if they create a good example of socialism, like they build a commune and it's a really like choice commune and everything works really good, then the rest of the world is going to see that and be like, wow, that's the most rational idea I've ever thought of. And everyone everywhere else is just going to adopt that system.
So like basically the difference of an anarchist commune and a non-anarchist commune would be in like the purpose of the commune?
Well, anarchists don't necessarily
have a purpose.
Well, it's like anarchists don't necessarily build a commune in order to create worldwide communism, right? They might create a commune to just to have for themselves, and if they want to, maybe protecting a specific community or demographic, to win autonomy and independence for their own group, and they can do mutual aid and try to encourage other people to do the same as them. But for them, it might not be their attempt at like a world revolution, more so than just preserving themselves and their own lives. Utopian socialism doesn't really exist anymore. It was mostly a historical thing before Marxism. It also wasn't like a cohesive thing. It's just a category we've since applied to them.
Also, Azure Wing is trying to build an RB and wants your approval.
What?
Like Richard, like, do you think I could create a self-sufficient RB nomad caravan?
Sure.
Yes, go for it, Quinn. Yeah, they are very big in food sovereignty and water sovereignty, and they've been talking about it in my Discord also. And I have no idea how to build an RB or a car or a bus in general.
I don't think you have to build it yourself. I think you just own it and then you live in it.
But yeah.
Yeah, no, there have been nomad, like RV nomad communities. There still exist some in America today.
Yeah, there's literally a movie about it that won the Oscar of Best Movie and Best Director and Best Actress.
It's not an easy life, but it's not impossible to be, more or less. I mean, again, that depends on how strictly self-sufficient you want to be. Like, dude, you just completely want to not depend on like any outside group, like any companies or anything. That might be difficult. I mean, as in like nomadic lifestyle, to be both nomadic and like autarkic, like isolationist almost, is kind of counterintuitive. Just like as a nomad, the whole purpose is to live off of the land and to, use what you have and live off of what you find, and that does mean relying on other people when you have to.
You've mentioned that you are a scientific Marxist?
Scientific
or something
socialism.
like that? Scientific socialism? What's that?
It's what we call Marxism. It's what Marx called Marxism. Like Marx didn't name his own theories after himself. That only happened after he died. What he called it scientific socialism, or at least the philosophical aspects, like philosophical Marxism. Marx and Engels called scientific socialism, and they did that because they wanted to contrast and compare it with the earlier forms of socialism that they called utopian socialism. I don't go around saying that I am a scientific socialist, though.
But you are.
All Marxists are.
True. Yeah, because I've heard like a chat or a right winger once say like, I would be down for scientific socialism, but not utopian socialism, and I'm like,
I've got good news for that person.
I'm pretty sure those terms are no longer used.
No, not really. Only when talking about like theory. But there aren't really any people going around still calling themselves utopian socialists.
Like, and what is even a utopian socialist? Like, isn't socialism itself kind of utopian?
I think it might be more accurate to call it idealist socialism, where, because the difference generally, it boils down to a difference between philosophical materialism, where you believe that everything that exists because it exists physically. Like everything can be explained through physics and like things that exist in the material world. And idealism, philosophical idealism, has concepts about like how the mind is not like a physical thing. The mind is like oh wait, I have to Ben is in the he's in his own voice chat. But the mind is like separate from reality. Like the mind exists in like its own dimension, kind of, and like you can't explain thoughts or feelings in like science, right? You can't explain like idealists generally, you can say, believe there are certain things you can explain through science, and more relevant to Marxism maybe is people like the Renaissance liberal rationalists, those kinds of philosophers, and people like Hegel. They believe that the world consists of ideas about things, and when someone comes up with like a really good idea, if it's better than all the other ideas, then that's what happens. Whereas Marx we say that Marx turned Hegel on his head, and he propositioned that ideas aren't as relevant, or rather ideas follow materialism. So ideas come out of the society that we live in, and things happen and conflicts arise in society because of material needs. So the capitalist class own a factory, they want to make as much profit as possible, and so they want to lower the wages of their workers as much as possible. That's a material need, a class interest in lowering wages.
You are basically telling me that the idea of the marketplace of ideas was debunked by Marx 200 years ago.
That was Marx's whole thing. Yeah. What do you think Das Kapital was about?
And yet we have debates. Wow.
Yeah, I mean the invisible hand of the free market, that's idealism. Like that's saying that when a business owner has a really good idea for a really good product, then that's the product that everyone is going to buy, because everyone is like a rational thinker, a rational consumer. And so in that like fantasy world, like advertisement shouldn't have an impact on anything. Like no one, because everyone is just knowledgeable and just makes decisions based purely on knowledge and like which product is objectively the better one, as opposed to like which company, already existing company, has the most money and can spend the most money on advertisement and like buy up their competition and shit. So I basically idealism is about like, if you have a like, ideas are what changes the world, and Marx and scientific socialism says that it's the world that influences ideas. That's a very basic version of it, though.
Yeah, but yeah, wow. How do you know so much?
I read books, and I don't have friends.
Oh, okay.
Wow, thanks.
Wow. Also, Ben wants you to join him on voice chat.
On his stream?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, we can raid into Ben.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's slash raid. Sleep okay. We're gonna raid into Ben and then I'll hang out in his voice chat. So I'm literally just gonna jump from this voice chat to a different voice chat. So yeah, it's just, we're just gonna keep going, but I'm just gonna not play the bus game anymore.
We're
Maybe
just
in the
gonna
background.
hijack Ben's stream, basically.
Yeah,
with
we're
our
gonna
conversation.
invade Ben's stream. Okay,
Yeah,
see you guys.
We're gonna
later.
raid it.
Bye.
Bye.